the first 2 years of flag, like 2 years of tackle, and then that would be my coach's position. I'm happy to because I really want to do it anyway. And then first year I played tackle with somebody else. And you're upset after practice. But coach yelled at us. This is Texas football. You better get used to that. I mean, that's Texas. That is what it is.
Good evening. It's 5:45 p.m. We are calling this workshop session of the Lewisville City Council to order, and we do have a quorum. First up is discussion of regular agenda items and consent agenda items. We're going to start with public hearing E1, zone change. Any questions or comments, council? Item E2, another zone change. Item E3, public hearing, consideration of an ordinance amending volume 2. Item E4, public hearing, consideration of an ordinance amending Article 7.
Mayor, I'd like to pause here a little bit if you could give us and have our planning manager just give a brief overview of this regulation related to medical office, clinic, and hospital and licensed massage therapy uses. Michelle?
Yeah, so thank you guys. So you want me to just from yours fine, Claire?
That's fine.
Okay. So over the past few years, we've had a few businesses that have had repeated issues with prostitution, trafficking, and organized crime. The challenge that our police department has is that once they take action on an illicit business, it reopens almost immediately in the same location, using the same equipment, under a different owner, and the same problem persists. So during the 2023 legislative session, the city worked with state representatives to amend the language to make it a little bit more easy to regulate massage establishments. The state statute was amended, and it does allow for an opportunity to regulate location, including requiring a special use permit after 3 arrests or citations in lieu of arrests are made for certain offenses under the Texas Penal Code, or if there's a conviction based on one of those. So legal, planning, police, and building services have worked together to try to amend our Unified Development Code to kind of take advantage of that. There are still provisions that prohibit regulating massage therapists in a more restrictive manner than other healthcare professionals. So what we've developed is some language that requires a special use permit for a licensed massage therapist, a hospital, or a medical clinic or office if they have those 3 arrest citations in lieu of arrest or a conviction from those sections of the Texas Penal Code that are related to prostitution, trafficking, and organized crime. So if an SUP is required based on those offenses, they would need to submit documentation on steps taken to prevent further violations. The SUP would limit their hours of operation to between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. If an SUP is approved under the section and additional violations occur, then the city council could revoke that SUP, or if they're not meeting any other condition of their SUP, the city council could revoke that SUP. And then if an SUP is approved under this section and there's a new operator, they can request to repeal an existing SUP and not limit the hours of operation, provided that there have provisions in place to ensure we don't have certain violations. There's also an option for businesses moving into a location where an SUP is required that they can apply for an exemption to the SUP permit. They do have to demonstrate that they have some measures in place to ensure that there's no future offenses to those sections of the state code. The intent of this change is to prevent repeated issues at certain locations or at the same location. And then the implementation is going to be interdepartmental and coordinated between staff from police, building services, code enforcement, and planning.
Mayor, can I take you on to consultation with attorney under section 551.071?
071. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go into consultation with attorney. If y'all could wait outside, we will be back shortly. council. We're gonna go back into workshop session. Item E5, public hearing, resolution of the city council. Any questions or comments on that one? All right, we're gonna move to item G, consent agenda, approval of minutes. Item 7, approval of assignment and assumption. Item 8, interlocal cooperation agreement.
I did have a question about this. Is this basically what Carrollton opted out of recently, or is it something different?
Yeah, so as Carrollton opted out, the money that would have gone to Carrollton then gets spread amongst all of our remaining.
Okay.
So we get more?
We get more.
Okay, that's okay.
Item 9, custodial services for Thrive. Item 10, bid award for annual requirements contract for screening and retaining wall maintenance. Item 11, bid award for annual requirements contract for traffic signal repairs. Item 12, creation of volunteer hours, administrative policy 2.0, human resources.
I love that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same
I
thing.
love that.
It reflects us as a city. I like businesses that do that.
So go get your volunteer on.
Happy to serve. Literally.
Item H, regular hearings, 2 alternative standards for outdoor storage and screening for Walmart. This is the Wing project. Item 14, 4 alternative standards, exterior materials, 601 Waters Ridge Drive. That's the Honda dealership down there. Item 15, variance request to Lewisville Unified Development Code, Chapter 7.4.
We have our letters on
And
that.
this is, we've got the letters on that for Castle Hills. Patrick, do you have any insight on that?
I don't actually.
Okay. Item 16, ordinance amending the Lewisville City Code, Chapter 15, maximum speed limits on specific streets. This is dealing with Summit. I always find it interesting how speed studies actually work. Item 17, ordinances amending the Lewisville City Code, Chapter 4, internal construction codes.
Here, when I go to read those captions, there are 8.
There are 8.
8
So you're
different
gonna,
captions.
are we voting on each one individually, or are you
You
reading all
can
of it?
vote all together. I just didn't want you to
Jump
be
in?
surprised.
Anyway, like 7 times, I'll figure it out on the 8th one.
My
That'll be good for the
My eyes
TV.
were crossing, just,
All right. Item I, reports. And do we have any closed session tonight?
Yes.
Okay. Super. With that review of the regular agenda items and consent agenda, we'll go ahead and move into workshop item B, discussion of our housing strategy toolkit. Maureen Milligan, Director with Grow America, will present the PowerPoint. Ms. Milligan, thank you for being here. Appreciate you.
Yes, absolutely. And we just rebranded, so you have seen me before. I was with the National Development Council, now we're called Grow America. And we can go on to the next slide. So tonight, we're gonna be talking about your proposed housing toolkit. So a few months ago, the Reinvestment Fund presented you a comprehensive overview of data about your real estate market and housing needs. And tonight is to discuss the tools and the strategies that you can use to address some of those issues. And the reason that we didn't discuss the housing toolkit first was some cities will hear about strategies related to housing and housing affordability, and they'll say, hey, let's use this in our community. But sometimes those tools and those strategies don't address your community's needs, and sometimes the laws and the ordinances of your state and your city just wouldn't even allow them to be used in the first place. So the strategies that are going to be presented today are aligned with the housing needs of your community, the regulatory landscape, and the feedback that we received from community members who participated in our steering committee for the market value analysis that the Reinvestment Fund conducted. So today, though, since it was several months ago, I have one slide to talk about your high-level housing data. And then we're going to talk through some of the existing strategies that you already have been using, that you really already have in your toolkit, some additions that you could add to your toolkit. And then we'll talk through, we're going to do a little bit of a workshop on potential goals that you can set and the resources you would need to allocate to achieve some of those goals. One of the things that the reinvestment fund looked at were the incomes in the city, right? Because we have to look at whether the incomes are matched to the housing prices that are available. And really you have, your largest share of households are over 120% AMI. And so I just want to direct you to the bottom of the slide first, because we're going to talk about area median income sometimes. And just to remind you again, this is a term that HUD uses when it's defining affordability and defining incomes for affordable housing. And so there are 4 income bands that we'll be talking about today. People who are at 50% or less of the area median income, people are between 50 and 80% of area median income, 80 to 120%, and 120% and above. And for HUD standards, if your income is at 80% or below, so those first 2 lines, you're considered low income, and you're eligible for many federal funding programs. And then on the right hand of the slide, you'll see housing prices that would be affordable for households that are earning that income, both on the rental side and on the homeownership side. So like I said, the largest share of incomes in the city are over 120% AMI, but you do have over 7,000 households that are earning less than 50% AMI. When we think about families being housing cost burdened, so that means they're paying more than 30% of their income on housing. Renters tend to be housing cost burdened more than homeowners. Lower income households tend to be more housing cost burdened than higher income households, and your senior households tend to be housing cost burdened more often than non-senior households. But in general, what the reinvestment fund found is that your housing market is still providing affordability. You have a lot of units that are kind of middle priced, and so that's a great thing. It's a good thing to celebrate, but there's still some imbalances, and we're going to talk through some of those imbalances. So with renters and rental units, your renters are nearly evenly distributed across these 4 income bands, but almost all of your rental units, or the vast majority, are in the middle of those pricing. So it's available to families that are between 50 and 80% and 80 and 120%. But you have a large deficit of rental units at the lower priced, and then you have a deficit of what you could consider luxury units. So you have high income households in the city, but they're paying far below their maximum threshold for housing. So they, especially for your higher income households, they're getting a lot of affordability in the city. And so the gap of units for the lowest income households is about 5,000 between the households that exist and the housing units that exist, and even greater for the highest income, about 6,000. For homeowners, your homeowners are largely high income, and your home ownership costs, so those are people who are already homeowners now, are pretty evenly spread across the four income bands also. So the one thing I wanted to point out is this is looking at existing homeowners. So the housing gap analysis didn't really look at homeowners that want to buy into the city. And we know with rising housing costs and high mortgage interest rates that it would be a lot more expensive to be a homeowner in Lewisville now with a mortgage rate of 7% than it would be if you're sitting in a house and you've paid off your mortgage, or if you have a 3% interest rate. So the only really gap on the homeownership side was with the highest cost homeownership units. There just aren't as many kind of luxury priced homeownership units in the city. Next slide. So if we can define really what the issue is that we would want to address with a toolkit such as this, it is those imbalances in the housing market that put existing low income renters at risk of being displaced and prevent your new homeowners from moving into the city. Next slide. So first I wanted to celebrate some of the things that you already have in your toolkit. So this is not a canned presentation that is given in every city. We're really looking at what is happening in the city, what are the good things to build upon, what are the things that we could add. And so you've got a comprehensive plan that's been recently updated. It really gives developers a clear understanding of what the city's priorities are and how they can work with the city. You've recently updated your uniform development code. When we talk to developers, they feel like it's easy to develop in the city of Lewisville, both because of the development code and you have an efficient development process. So some of those costs that can be added to housing because of development slowdowns don't appear to be present or present in a significant extent in Lewisville. You do have some incentives in your economic development policy that are available for residential development. You have created a public facility corporation and approved one project, so you've got some development partners. And you as the city council have been receptive and understanding that there is a need to address housing affordability issues. Next slide. So what are some of the approaches that we propose to address some of those gaps in your toolkit? They focus on three main approaches. One is to preserve the units that you already have. And that's both existing homeownership units and rental units, especially on the rental side. Some of these units may be subsidized by the government, and so they could be at the end of their affordability period, and you want to make sure that those units could be preserved, but they're also brought up to market standards, so the apartment complexes are repaired and maintained. You want to focus on developing new units, both on the rental and the ownership side. And if we think from an economics perspective, these two are supply side strategies, and then also a demand side strategy. So how do we help increase incomes or increase purchasing power so that households can rent or can own homes that are sold at market rate? Next slide. So this is a lot in these next couple of slides. I'm not going to go through every strategy, but just want to talk through high level how we approached all of these different strategies. So when we're looking at preservation, we focused on three main things. Is how do we preserve owner-occupied housing? How do we preserve rental housing that exists in the market? And then focusing on some of your manufactured home communities, which is not unique to Lewisville, but you do have a significant number of communities. We felt like we needed to address some of the potential issues there. So the next three slides give some strategies in terms of preservation. On the homeownership side, it's really a focus on home repair and how do you help homeowners who don't have the funds to repair their homes. But also, how do we help homeowners transition when they may want to get out of their single-family home? Are we creating units that are smaller and that are accessible, especially if you're elderly and you have disabilities, so that those families can move out of those units and into a unit that's better suited to their needs, and that opens up more homeownership units in the market. Next slide. So in terms of apartments, when we're thinking about repair, there's two types of what's considered affordable housing units. So one are units that were actually subsidized by a government program, often low-income housing tax credit projects, but also affordable housing projects that are charging affordable rents, not because there's a government subsidy, but because they haven't been as well maintained, they're maybe not as well located, they don't have market amenities that people want today. So how do we encourage owners to invest or reinvest in those properties to bring them up to market standards, but also to offer at least some of the units with affordable rents? And then one thing that we learned when we helped with the HUD consolidated plan is you have some local owners that are renting near the bottom of the market and are also accepting housing vouchers, but are really maintaining their units in good condition. And are working with tenants when they do struggle with rent. So how do we build relationships with those local owners to keep them in the market and maybe even increase their share of units in the market, because we're able to build good relationships with them. Next slide. And then manufactured housing strategies really look at gathering more data on who lives in the manufactured housing communities. A manufactured home can be sometimes the only entry point into home ownership for a low-income family, but we just don't know enough about some of the needs of the homeowners in these communities. We don't know if they own the land and their unit or just their unit, and knowing that will help the city develop some additional strategies. Next slide. On the development side, both single-family and multifamily, it's looking at, is there available land that could be used for development of housing? Are there ways to connect developers to low-cost capital, whether that's bank capital or whether the city sets up a loan fund that could assist some projects? And then really even enhancing your development code to even make it easier to develop some types of missing middle types of housing that tend to be offered at more affordable price points. Next slide. And then that economic development or economic mobility strategy is looking at how do we help both renters and homeowners move into, how do we help renters move into homeownership? How do we help renters access units within the city? And so it's looking at financial counseling and home buying counseling, as well as landlord outreach to help landlords understand the economics of things like housing vouchers that can really help families get into housing units at no cost to the city and really at a financial benefit often to the landlord. Next slide. So this would be a good slide if you just wanted to look at comprehensively the recommendations that we have that be included in your housing toolkit. And what I wanted to highlight is we identified where we thought additional resources were needed. So if it's marked no, we think you have the existing staff capacity or you actually already have the existing funding sources to implement these strategies. And there's really only 5 areas where additional funding would be needed. So any great plan needs a great leader, and so one thing we do recommend is as you move forward with the housing toolkit that you designate an existing executive or employee to lead a housing collaborative. I see the mayor looking around. Who should we? Who's the lucky person? And then we recommend that people from these various areas be added to your housing collaborative, because and you'll see here in a little bit, while we have identified potential sources or resources that would be needed to achieve some of your goals that we're going to propose, if you have a really well-functioning housing collaborative, they're going to bring ideas about additional funding sources to the table so that the city isn't the only source of financing when a developer can't line up the debt and the investment equity to make a project feasible. Next slide. We also, in your toolkit, recommend some enhancements to some of the tools that you already have. You've only approved one PFC project. You'll see in the goals here in a second, we do recommend that there be more PFC projects. Because of changes to the law for public facility corporations, there may be some projects that would have previously made sense as a PFC that may now not make sense as a PFC, but you have a housing finance corporation that could be reinvigorated, that could help support some of those projects. There's opportunities for there to be additional fee waivers if a project is offering affordability and achieving some of your other city goals. And then you do have the ability in your TERSs to dedicate some of the increment from the reinvestment zone to affordable housing, both inside the zone or outside of the zone. So that's another opportunity for you to enhance some of your existing tools. Next slide. And then, as you probably are aware, there are other cities that are using other tools in their toolkit. Denton voters will be voting on an affordable housing bond here, and some cities such as McKinney have used a portion of their 4B sales tax specifically for community development. So those are longer term options. Next slide. So here's where, obviously I'll take questions on anything, but here's where we really need your feedback. So we're going to talk through sample 10-year goals that the city could set, as well as some of the resources that would need to be allocated to achieve those goals. And then we'll walk through an example. So this is a lot of numbers, and I know it may be hard to see. I'm going to walk you through some of this though. So we already talked about those 4 income bands. So here on this left quadrant, upper left quadrant, we've just categorized anything, a household income under 80% as affordable housing, that 80 to 120% is workforce, and really about 120% is market rate housing. And then you'll see as you go across this, this top table, we estimated the need based on those income bands, and then recommended a sample goal to achieve. So for some things, you'll see the need and the goal are the same. For most things, the need is much higher than the proposed goal. You'll see that for preservation, so we're talking about homeownership here, so preservation is primarily through home repair, development, as well as economic mobility, and in the homeownership side, economic mobility would be down payment assistance programs. And then for the tools that actually need funding associated with them, that would be the down payment assistance, purchase of homeowner housing units, and then home repair. And I'll just give a note here for home repair. We proposed meeting almost all of your need, because you do have CDBG that can be used for home repair. So here's something where you have an identified funding source, and so it may be good to be a little more aggressive in terms of trying to achieve and meet the needs in the community as opposed to some other things where you don't have an identified funding source. Next slide. And we can come back to any of this. So the structure is the same here. You've got the income bands, and then you've got the proposed goals. On the renter side, the housing gap analysis that the reinvestment fund conducted really was help guide the needs analysis and the goals. And then you'll see here are 3 tools that would need a funding source: developing your new rental housing units, preserving existing tax credit rental housing, and then preserving those naturally occurring affordable housing units that don't have a government subsidy in them. And then you'll see we identify what the tool is that could be used. There are 2 different types of housing tax credits. 9% housing tax credits that are very competitive. You wouldn't see more than 1 project in Lewisville a year, probably wouldn't even see 1 a year. 4% housing tax credits that are non-competitive, and then your public facility corporation tool. And then you can see the good thing is with tax credit projects is that the underwriting for those projects is published by the state, so we're able to use actual data on the size of recent projects that either occurred in Lewisville within the past couple of years or within this part of North Texas, as well as the debt and equity financing that the developers told the state that they had obtained. So that gap is the gap between the debt and the equity that they could raise through the tax credits. Now, this does assume that the city would have to fill that entire gap. You're not going to have to do that. That's why having a housing collaborative that has your industry representatives at the table will help you identify where some of that gap could be taken care of by other funding sources. So this would be the maximum amount of funding that you would need to use to achieve whatever sample goals you'd set for yourself. And I think I mentioned this, but these are goals over a 10-year period. So we also looked at how many projects reasonably would you be able to develop every year. Next slide. So here's an example. I talked through it a little bit, but just wanted you to understand again. So we're looking at preserving existing tax credit units, so units that previously received a low-income housing tax credit equity investment. They had to have their property remain affordable, charge affordable rents for a certain period of time. But within the next 10 years, they're likely to, or they will exit the program if they don't have another round of tax credits. So you have 549 units that are at risk in the city right now of transitioning from not being tax credit units to market rate housing. So that's how we set the goal for you for this activity. So we used both the housing gap analysis and data from HUD to understand what units were at risk of exiting the program. And then, like I said, we actually pulled data on recent 4% transactions where an existing property was acquired and then was rehabbed up to market standards. And the size of not only the units, but the property, the average cost per square foot, and then the debt and equity that was raised by the developer. And so that's how, if you wanted to preserve almost 550 units, at max, the city would be making a $12 million investment in preserving those units. Again, that would be the highest possible. That's assuming the city has to fill that entire gap, that the developer wouldn't be able to bring their own money to the table, or that you wouldn't be able to identify additional funding sources. Slide. And I'm going to turn it over to discuss a little from there.
So like Maureen mentioned, we have CDBG funding. So that currently is our only funding we have that can be allocated to affordable housing. So I wanted to show you a little breakdown of what that looks like. So of our CDBG funds, 65% can go to public infrastructure projects or sticks and bricks type projects. So this year we, of our total CDBG allocation, only $495,000 of that would go to public infrastructure projects. So this year we're giving $150,000 to serve Lewisville to design phase 2. But then the remainder is going to go towards multifamily accessibility to make sure that our complexes that were built before ADA was around, they were grandfathered in, so they're not ADA compliant, so we can help them become ADA compliant. So this project would fall in line with our housing toolkit, but just to show you that we have a very small pot of funding that we get every year. Potential upcoming funding, we did apply to HUD for Pathways to Removing Obstacles to Housing, or PRO Housing. It's a new grant we're really excited about. We just applied for $10 million. That was the max request that you could apply for, and that closed today. So we hopefully will hear in the next couple weeks what we are getting. The minimum, if awarded, the minimum is $1 million. So whatever we get, we'll be very excited and grateful for. So, and then of course, potential revenue from PFC projects that we have coming up. So wanted to bring this chart back to you so we can talk about direction and prioritization, because we do have such a limited amount of funding. So how we're looking to council for direction on how to prioritize these 3 categories, whether it's as a whole, preservation, development, or economic mobility, or we can break it out by renters and homeowners. How do we want to prioritize that? So
I think the important thing, council, is, we can all say that we want affordable housing, but understanding that it comes with a price on a local level and a big one. I can tell you that to do all of these things, we're gonna have to prioritize. We can't do all of it. So what I would like to do is kind of get an idea, and I think I know where y'all are headed, but I want to just solidify what your thought process is on this and prioritizations, because we could be focusing on the preservation of our existing LIHTC properties and upgrades to that. When we talk about single-family affordability and like first-time home buyer programs, to make a home that's in Lewisville affordable, you are giving a significant grant. We used to have a first-time home buyer program where we helped pay the down payment. It wasn't enough because our homes are more expensive, and if you're low to moderate income, even if I help you with the down payment, you're not gonna be able to pay your mortgage payment, and they wouldn't be able to qualify for a loan to begin with. So we're looking at, to make that viable, potentially a $200,000 grant to get people in homes. Now that's only one person, right? And so are you making a big impact? I know we talk about single family affordability, but is that where council wants to prioritize? It's not as many people as would otherwise be on the multifamily level.
Can I ask a question before, so it helps me think about how I think about this. So when you think about housing challenged folks, you can kind of break those out into groups, right? So you have the folks who are heavily retired, they're on fixed incomes. There's folks who are somehow disabled, they're not working. You have folks who, due to maybe lack of a job, this is the economic mobility comes in, lack of opportunity, lack of education. Can you give me an idea of where that breaks down in Lewisville? So how do those buckets? Because it's one thing, if I think about it differently, if 90% are in the retired and disabled, I think about it differently than if 90% are in the, but for lack of a good paying job, I think about these differently. So is there any insight into?
I think in the HUD consolidated plan, we certainly have census data in terms of ages and then income levels. And so I don't have that data right now, but I think we could pull some of that data. You don't have, as I recall, you don't have a significantly higher percentage of people who are elderly than in many cities, right? And from the data, we know that primarily your households are higher income. So on the housing gap analysis side, it was around, I think, 7,000 units in total. that were needed for your lowest income household. So that gives you some of the data in terms of what we're talking about, but it doesn't give you the demographic split.
Because I might be more interested in focusing more on economic mobility if there are more folks who benefit from that versus preservation. So that's why I was looking for the
I
information.
would say that there's probably a larger population that are in that economic mobility versus the seniors or those that are on fixed incomes.
I would agree with that.
I've got a question on these 549 units that we're talking about preserving or existing tax credit rental housing units. Are those all at 80% or below AMI? They 120% or below AMI? Where are they?
So with the tax credit program, in general, they're gonna be 60% AMI or below. And with the housing tax credit program has changed a lot in the years, but for most of these complexes in Lewisville, the entire complex is gonna be affordable. So everybody in the complex is gonna be 60% AMI and below. If you redevelop, you can now have serve incomes up to 80%. You just have to, on average, your affordable units have to serve 60%.
Okay, I was curious if we were managing to the higher end of the curve or the lower end of the curve with that piece. So if 60% below, then that helps me with it. Thank you.
So council, I really, what I would like to do is instead of setting a goal that's not feasible financially for us, because at the end of the day, we could pull funds for TERS, but I don't know if that's the priority when we're paying off the Grand Theater, let's say in Old Town, or if we're talking about pulling general funds, you may be pulling away from parks or other types of benefits.
I don't have enough information at this point. I can tell you that this is interesting.
Right.
But it's in a vacuum because I don't know, okay, 4B, great. What does that pull away?
Right. What I would like to do is at the retreat, come back with a financial plan where we think is feasible, would make a dent in this, but I'd like to know where your priorities are so I know where to funnel that money. What's your interest? Is it that economic mobility? Is it maintaining, single-family homes from a grant perspective for maintaining your home? Is it new multifamily? What are your priorities? Then I will try to find a path forward.
So I look at this slide in two ways. Tell me which way is the right one. One is, which of these 5 peach-colored things do we want to prioritize? Or which of all of this stuff do we want to prioritize, even though the gray ones imply that we have the resources available?
I think the gray ones we're gonna move forward with and try to make efforts with our current staffing. Now, I will say that they are a small staff, so we will work on that and figure out what's appropriate over time. She just smiled at me when I told her that. Appreciate you.
I don't know if that smile went to her eyes.
But the others are where we're talking about the financials on, money going outside of the organization.
Okay. So really, we need to be looking at these peach items?
Yeah.
Is that a good way to think of this, or?
Yes, sir.
So let me push that just a little bit, because it would seem like if we decided to have economic mobility as one of our items, then we could take some stuff from Peach and move that down there. Is that accurate?
We could.
So
Yeah, I
And I
think,
hit on that a lot because, for me, economic mobility is more than housing, it's health related, it's food insecurity. So we can find ways to emphasize that, it fixes more than just housing, it fixes a lot of problems that we have.
I think that's fair. I think that also goes to some of the stuff that we're talking about with education in our community and things like that.
So and I can't, to TJ's point, I can't get my head around that until I know if it can be impacted. And I don't know if it can be impacted until we know what percentage of the folks impact economic mobility efforts because they just aren't able to go out there and take advantage of those things. So I can't think about that until I have more information, unfortunately.
I think at some point you have to, you take care of the houses you already have. So the preservation part, get those up to maybe even and then move on to something else. But if you got a whole bunch of those houses that, need to be up, where they should be at, basically.
And preservation also means to maintain some of the LIHTC projects that are currently affordable.
Right.
So I had the same thought as well, just looking at this chart, we've got 5 orange
blocks, and 4 of them are in preservation. So I feel like that's kind of the obvious place for maybe where we need to add a little bit more attention.
Now, that won't stop us from supporting like LIHTC properties that don't require like future ones, and you guys will obviously determine them on a case-by-case basis. You know, if there's a PFC project that makes sense, we would continue working on that, but for this cash funding, what we're looking for, we're going forward, it's focused on that preservation and economic mobility.
And to Patrick's point, I think we have some pretty strong tools in the TOD toolkit right now that, you know, working with DCTA and their $9 million, there's really only 1, maybe 2 TOD areas in Lewisville that will get traction. So, and I feel like we've got a good plan for those and a good target for those. I think it will come down to what the developer ask is, and then that's when we decide to make the financial commitment to that. So I do think the economic mobility we are capturing in a couple of other things, which makes, I read this going, hey, we're doing a really good job in that section, because we have a lot of resources, we don't have a lot of peach in there. I read the preservation piece, like the other two, where we've got a lot of established properties on the ground that are getting near the end of their useful life, and you know, how do you maintain those or keep them going? You know,
A lot of rehab.
well, I saw what we did 2 weekends ago with all the Love Our Lewisville, and I mean, if we make that bigger, that's a revenue stream, whether it looks like one or not. It could make a significant dent, and that where I think some of that funding may be able to be applied.
I'm a little concerned about the down payment assistance. That is using a huge amount of money for one person, and that could be just, you know.
For that one person, it's a huge life changer, but I agree, it's
But
really
they
hard
have
to
to
take.
maintain it.
It's really hard to take tax dollars and turn around and do that.
Oh, yes, it is.
And hopefully, with the Housing Collaborative, we can find some bank partners that have programs that can assist residents versus us using our CBG dollars, we can find those other avenues of funding for them.
Right.
And thinking about this from a 10-year standpoint, right, understanding mortgage interest rates hopefully will go down, right? So do you focus these first couple of years on missing middle housing? How do we get a little diversified housing types into the city? And then we focus some of those down payment assistance resources at the later part of the strategy.
And I think the preservation is probably the way to go, even though I'm looking at the peach with the new affordable development. I know we're working on that. So that's one thing that we have to be measured on how we deal with that. But I think you get the low hanging fruit where you help the most people and get the most bang for your buck.
The preservation.
Yeah.
I'm for the preservation.
Got direction?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so
guys.
much. Next up, we have the Lake Park Master Plan. I've got Lenny Hughes, Vice President, Planning Landscape Architecture Practice Leader with Half and Associates. He's going to present to us what they've got going on, and it looks like our Parks Director as well.
I'm going to start you off real quick. Mayor, Council, Park fans, just a couple of things to remember, or actually 3 things to remember is our lease with the Corps for places like Lake Park ends in April of 2025. And in order for that renewal to be approved, we have to have a development plan for Lake Park in place that tells how we're going to invest and manage it. So that's something to remember. Remember that Lewisville 2025 and the Green Centerpiece Master Strategy both state that we need to focus on Lake Park and making, kind of reviving that, bringing that back to be the jewel, and that it has been previously in the Green Centerpiece, but that, you know, we've been investing in other things and we need to return to that. Third thing to remember is Lake Park, we've never had a site plan for how we should develop and invest in it, and a lot of people don't realize that we have Lake Park, which is the day use area, and the marina area, and that is all one property under the Corps, and we need to figure out, one, how we invest money in those to bring it back to their glory, but also how do we make sure that those 2 pieces of property function together and people know that they're the same, part of the same place. So that's what we've been working on over the last several years, and Lenny is gonna walk you through what our process has been for getting to this point.
All right, thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council. This is mouse working. Perfect. All right, so we have just a brief agenda on our process, as Stacy mentioned before, the project timeline. The project started in, I believe in 2020.
Yeah, November 2020.
So there's been a lot that's happened over the last several years with the project. And then since then, we've worked with staff and also Christian from Matthew Southwest on the overall master plan for both the Lake Park as well as the Eagle Point Marina. And then open up for questions for you guys here there. And so the project kicked off with an extensive inventory analysis of existing conditions. When we first started to look at the master plan itself, he has had extensive rain events, and Lake Park was closed for several months. And so that told me that we really need to make Lake Park active and accessible by people that want to enjoy this wonderful resource here. Next thing we had was an extensive stakeholder and public engagement process. We met with several citizens. We met with some of the key stakeholders, such as the disc golf. The folks from Arcus Golf was also a key participant. The Army Corps was a key participant, as well as the surrounding adjacent neighborhood, as well as working with other key stakeholders, boat rental facilities that own and operated on Lake Park there. From there, we had several concepts, but we had presented boat diagrams that was presented to City Council. Then we kind of went on a pause. That was really the Lake Park side of the thing, the house. Then we brought in the Eagle Point Marina, and so we started to focus on that project there. Now we combine both planning efforts, and we have a preliminary and final master plan that we'll be presenting to you guys here this evening. And so this is the project timeline. We kicked this project off in September 2020. We had our first visioning meeting with several of the key stakeholders and groups there in November 2020. We presented the overall concepts based on the input and feedback that we heard from them. And then in 2021, we gave it an update to City Council. As for Lake Park, then we looked at the Eagle Point Marina master plan. And so that's when we started working with the city and Matthew Southwest and understanding what is truly wanted and needed and desired for that particular area there. Since then, we've been working on global diagrams and concepts, and now we started to finally marry the two, and that's where we are here this evening. And so some of the major plan components for Lake Park was to have a primary and secondary entrance. As we've talked with some of the users of Lake on busy holiday events, it would be backed up, and so we want to have 2 points of access into Lake Park. Also with a welcome center to be able to greet some of the residents and campers that would come into Lake Park itself. They wanted to also expand the RV pad sites, and so there's roughly about 110, 112 RV pad sites there. We wanted to opportunities to look at an additional revenue source for and expand those opportunities. We talked with Arcus. There's been discussions on possibly relocating the golf clubhouse, but also to repurpose that existing building facility amenities there. And so there's a whole host of things that we're talking about with Lake Park. One thing that popped up during this entire planning process was to make sure we're looking at addressing some of the shoreline erosion issues. There's several areas along Lake Park where they're losing a lot of vegetation, a lot of very valuable, precious shoreline. And so we want to look at ways to help preserve and protect some of those areas there. And then moving on to Eagle Point Marina, we were looking, and Christian will talk about that also. They're looking at a hotel room with restaurants, other hotel cabin sites, areas to enhance the private boat ramp, as well as an opportunity to provide a facility for the Army Corps to help facilitate some of the emergency access and management to Lake Lewisville there.
That's a question before we go on that. So the RV sites, so this is an increase in RV sites we're talking about, is that right?
That is an increase in RV sites.
Is this a densification exercise, or is it a same space, but?
Actually, we're wanting to expand and not be so tight and kind of compacted areas, so we want to make those areas much more enjoyable, more kind of a state park like feel versus kind of where they're all stacked on each other right now.
That helps, thanks.
And so this is kind of that preliminary master plan, again, based on comments we have from the citizens and really starting to bring in that first bubble diagram, but also start to work in some of the other components of the overall master plan for Eagle Point Marina. One of the key things we want to do is, again, look at 2 primary points of access for Lake Park, but also look at relocating the road that's on the edge to pulling it up out of the 532 floodplain so that you can have access during these high water and sustained events there. And so the normal pull for Lake Lewisville is 522. The emergency spillway is at 532. Then 537 is really the flow achievements where a lot of facilities and buildings permanent buildings and facilities should not be placed in that area. So based on, and these things were also presented to CORE, so we got a lot of good input and feedback from them, and they've been engaged throughout this entire planning process, as well as the other key stakeholders with Arcus Golf, the disc golfers, as well as those folks there. So looking at the overall master plan, we did look at the access off of Lake Park Road here. We had looked at some the one area of access over near the existing golf course. Based on comments, we did look at relocating that off of Mill Street, and so now our secondary access or primary access would be here. And that will be help to provide access to the RV campers as well as some of the day users with the boats and the boaters in the area. We did look at adjusting some of the on-street parking there along Lake Park. And there's an open area we wanted to enhance, provide additional parking there, so it's kind of an offset. But what this will allow is 2 points of the roadway to kind of flow and counterflow during these heavier and large events there. Looking at the overall Eagle Point Marina area, we looked at, this is the hotel area itself. We've got parking, we got other facilities, as well as a new marina that will be located off on that northern edge there. So dive into some of the details of Lake Park. We talked about realigning the roadway, but also providing access to this welcome center for users that would come in the area. And so the existing golf course is a really very, very nice facility. And so the thought is to repurpose that to have as a check-in for RV users to come in here. But in our conversations with Arcus Golf, they felt that this is an opportunity to maybe relocate and maybe consolidate some of their operations and have that placed at another location at the corner of Lake Park and Mill Street. Things we talked about also is still keeping the driving range in that same location, maybe adding an additional buffer within the area to provide safer access to the users there. Here along Lake Park, again, we looked at removing the head-end parking there. That we've seen that causing some of the traffic jam and issues with people coming in and out of the space. But one thing we wanted to take a look at too is if we're doing that, then how can we expand parking within the area, but also look at ways to provide additional parking here and access to the soccer fields there. This cross section shows what that, if we were to remove the parking and we got 2 lanes of traffic, now we could have a center turn lane, maybe a walking trail on the edge. And now during these heavy events, we could have 2 lanes coming in or flipping it or having 2 lanes coming out. And so it would help with a lot of the traffic congestion and issues that we're facing there along Lake Park Drive. We wanted to have also a day use amenity core. This is one of the highest spots of Lake Park, and so there's also a lot of existing trees, vegetation there. We wanted to provide an opportunity for day users or people that come in and enjoy the park itself. One thing we also want to do is look at how do we remove that area where they're currently swimming right now. I know there's been a lot of accidents and issues that's happened this year. And so one of the things we want to look at is how do we make this area less desirable, but also revegetate that and provide other opportunities for fishing and enhancing that area. And so we would take this swim beach, instead of having it here, and possibly locate it down in the other area, which would have better access and a bit more safer within that zone. We did look at high water boat launch in this area where we have access and enhanced parking. We helped to clean up this area on the edge there as well, but still providing opportunities for people to fish and have access to around that peninsula area. So looking at the day use, we want to have this naturescape type playground to really be embedded within the existing vegetation there, something that's more natural and really appealing on this large playscape environment. And this is the core area for the RV camping. So currently, there's a row of RV campers that comes on here. They're really tightly packed, and so we wanted to kind of spread that out within the area, but also have separate RV driving camping loops. And so looking at coming in access off of Mill Street coming in here, then you have two-way and one-way or pull-throughs type RV areas. We also have locations for centralized restrooms and other shower facilities, as well as picnic shelters and pavilions within that space there. And so instead of having kind of a tightly packed look, we wanted it more spread out, provide much more green space, and also look at vegetating those areas with tree plantings. Here we're calling this the camp yard or campground game areas. Again, nestled in the trees, where you can have cornhole, other type of large, maybe board game, picnicking type areas. But this is a really family-friendly space within that zone. Over on the southern edge, we've got this extensive boardwalk. During these rain events, the water starts to back up into those low-lying areas. And so we wanted to take advantage of that and get people out there to bird watch, to be really more in touch with nature within those zones there. And just some examples of how the boardwalks be incorporated into those marsh areas, had bird viewing stations, blinds. So really, have it more natural and more concealed in that type of environment there. Over towards the other entrance, we've got the RV boat entrance in the gatehouse. When we did talk to the disc golfers, they said if we're going to do this, let's just do it one time and let's make this, the best disc golf ever. And so we have an area where they can come in, they can park. We did talk with them kind of a pay to play. Also looking at ways to have maybe there's a free play Tuesday or free play on Thursday. But they're really excited about this opportunity to have kind of like a restructured homes for their or cages for the disc golf, while still not being in conflict with some of the other users at the lake. There's a lot of conflict back and forth as we heard some of these discussions, and we're now trying to avoid that, and we think this is probably the best solution and option there. This just shows some, and they did like, one thing they do like is, having this larger forested area. They like the trees and obstacles to kind of toss their disc around. And so that was something they were really excited about. Here we have kind of a free fishing boardwalk promenade. This is the location of the old fishing barge here. And so this is going to be a floating promenade where people come out and fish, working with the city and Texas Parks and Wildlife to look at underground fish structure or habitat, fish attractors in that location. And then on the peninsula, we have opportunities for yurts. And so having kind of a low impact type of look and feel, not really tightly packed, and they're about 100 to 150 foot spacing, so really nestled amongst the trees. The thought is that you come in here, you park your car, get on a golf cart, or they would take you up there, kind of a concession area, and they could take you to your yurt, or come up here and park your car, and now you have cabins. So now we have different types of recreational camping type of amenities within those two zones here.
So, I'm sorry, can we go back real quick for the yurts?
Sure.
Just because this came in and made me think about this, does that peninsula ever go underwater? How often does it go underwater?
So going back to the 532 and the 537, the 532 is the red line that's here. And that is the emergency spill, and so at that point, it would start to go over the dam. Anything above that, the Corps can still flood that up, but it's, they try to avoid that. The thing is that since these are really on elevated platforms, you're able to pull them in and pull them out. It's really, really easy.
Okay, so we have a lot of concerns, but we'll invest in, they'll be watched away.
Yeah, low cost investment in that.
Thank you.
And the thought is also to have some type of, again, this boardwalk elevated structure to provide access to the yurts. That's just an example imagery of the cabins and yurts within those areas there. And also one of the things that when talking to the citizens in the area, they didn't want a lot of impact or high impact of play. And so, but having kind of a smaller traditional walk-in type neighborhood from there, but also have some, some teaser parking there for people that may want to come up and use that area there, so. And again, just another opportunity to, this is a really nice little space. I don't know if you guys have been out there or not. It does flood, but just again, having a low impact nature trail type of amenity and parking for the residents within that zone. And Christian, you want to lead us through the Eagle Point Marina?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much, Lenny. Thanks for having me, folks. I think it's been about a year since I joined the team working with Claire and Stacy and Mary Shell and Lenny's half team. So our focus, half guys did a great job really of, I'll say, looking at the southern sector, and our focus really was on this northern zone to see what kind of economic drivers there could be in a commercial sense. Because it's core land, as much as we all like housing, affordable or otherwise, you can't have housing here, so the de facto fallbacks are, does a hotel work, do restaurants work, do complementary businesses to the marina, knowing that we want the marina to stay, do they work? So we've spent the better part of the last year really analyzing the market, working with hotel study groups on hotel size. Haven't priced anything out yet, but in terms of proximity and location, this is above the 537. So as you folks know, we're developing the other side of the lake in the Tribute, so we're very familiar with 537, 532. So anything that is permanent structure, hotel, restaurants, the cabins, contemplated, would all be above 537, so we wouldn't have flood issues, we wouldn't have damage issues, we wouldn't have issues with hotel guests or restaurant guests having to be evacuated in an urgent manner. And all of the thinking here was, how do we take advantage of what is a pretty special little gem within the park, but its unique separation from the southern portion, having the neighborhood in between. So again, we really tried to have it so that it could be standalone, could be supported by the exit off of 35, and complementary to the 800 slip marina that's contemplated to be upgraded and replaced. We have, again, the studies have yielded roughly 150 keys, could be more, could be less, but as we get closer to the time, that's really what the half guys have drawn here. Contemplated to be 3 or 4 stories, nothing magical yet about that other than the higher the better to get some lake views for the guests. A couple of restaurants to support it, so our hospitality group within Matthews, one of the strongest bits of feedback was the more there is to do, the higher chance there is that hotel users will want to come here. So there's only so much we can do that the Corps will approve. But we, again, as Lenny said, we've had numerous discussions with the Corps on, we've called this an annex. We see it as supportive of the marina, but could be for lake events, could be for gatherings, if you will, that are complementary to the hotel. A couple of restaurants, paddles, fishing, paddle boats and trails. Again, all of which is try to tie it all together. Not a whole lot more to add there, Lenny, other than some images of what we would envision. These cabins, as Lenny's described, some cabin product in the southern sector, this would be, we would envision be managed by the hotel. So higher amenities, probably more services, and a higher price point than to, if you were gonna rent a hotel, a cabin for the night versus somebody who wanted to come and was gonna rent a yurt or a cabin that was maybe a little lower price point, but far more affordable for the majority.
We're gonna go ahead and pause here. What I'd like to do is go ahead and recess for a moment from here. We're gonna go start the 7 o'clock meeting, and then we're gonna come back into workshop and finish our conversation. That work for everybody?
Sure.
All right, so we're gonna take a 5-minute break, and we're gonna open up the main meeting here in 5 minutes. All right, we're going to call this meeting of the Lewisville City Council to order. We do have a quorum, and it is 7 p.m. Councilmember Troyer, would you lead us off with the invocation?
Please stand and join me in a moment of contemplation and reflection. Amen.
Please join me in the pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
I'm going to ask that those of you who are here for the proclamations just hold on a little bit. We do have some unfinished workshop session to go into, so we're going to go ahead and put the regular session on hold for just a moment, and we're going to resume our workshop session in the room next door. Workshop session is back in order. Folks, if you wouldn't mind. When you're ready.
Well, I think I was done.
Timing was kind of perfect. Perfect time. I'll take it. Did you hear that?
Tell you, buddy.
All right. Well, we just had a few other amenities here. We talked about the restaurants and the look and feel, and we wanted to protect and preserve as many trees as possible. And so just having areas where there's kind of a restaurants that are nestled in the trees, but also creating this outdoor space, and so these two areas could really speak to each other. Then we've got several kayak rental areas and put-ins and takeouts. And that's it.
Are you serious?
Claire, are you asking for any direction from council tonight?
We're prepared to, this is the final version. We took you guys the preliminary before. Wanted to make sure you guys were giving us thumbs up because our next step is to move, as Stacy said, to core submittal because we have a short time frame on it.
Council, any questions, concerns
I
about
have
what's
a
laid out?
question about all of the wood throughout the entire thing. Are we actually using wood or composite? Because I can see that being a maintenance nightmare.
Yeah, we haven't gotten that far.
Okay, I'm jumping ahead a little bit. Shocker.
Council?
I have one question. So it looks like there are a lot of trails that are, are those like small nature trails, or they're like where we can hike and bike? I'm going to run and bike.
These are going to be for the hike and bike type trail.
Okay.
Yes, and so providing access, we've got a really good connection right now within Lake Park. But the thought is to connect this over to Eagle Point Marina and then tie into the DCTA trail.
So I have a question. I absolutely love the kayak launch and the rental to where you can go and you can rent one and you can launch. And so my question is more about where do you go? Because you don't want them out there with all the boats, right?
Yeah. And so,
Yeah, you've been on that group too, right? So there's actually a kind of a consortium right now of all the municipalities that have lake parks as well as maybe some private areas throughout all around Lewisville Lake. We've been working to get together to create a trail system that runs along the shoreline. And so it would be over 110 miles long if you did the whole thing, if you did all of them. But they're designed in the way that you can go out and back or hop in reasonable spaces. You'll notice like we have a kayak launch on the north side, and then there's a southern side, and then there's also some in the south area, so that you could make those connections. And we're all trying to figure out how we might have universal rental areas, so that if you went from, say if you started over in Highland Village and came to Lewisville, you could rent one over in Highland Village and then put it up at the Lewisville site. So we're kind of working on those types of things.
That is awesome. I love it.
And there is a safety component of it where we warn people, you should not try to get the little elm from here. Directly.
You might ought to print that on a sign. You know, there's always those people.
People don't read signs.
Little video monitors out there. So is that concrete? I'm looking here at number 58, and there's this yellow trail that goes around the peninsula there, just north of.
Yeah, so 58 is actually a pattern trail.
I'm just using that to ask about the trail. Is that concrete?
Yeah, this is a concrete trail and or boardwalk, depending on the area.
And we've talked with the neighborhood in there to let them know this is coming?
I just spoke with a gentleman just a few minutes ago, but we've had some discussions early on about connecting the trail from Lake Park to Eagle Point. But there probably needs to be more discussion to have out there.
Well, I will tell you, I personally have done the bike ride over Garden Ridge, over to the train station, then up to Denton, and then I've come back down here and I've gone, and it is a beating to try to get south from this part of the lake. You cannot do it without getting off your bike and walking through an apartment complex or somebody's maybe backyard, but not really. So I really think to make this kick, we've got to have strong connections between these two sections. So I appreciate the trail. I'd look to be more creative. If we can figure out how to get that road punched through or something, that would be amazing. But I'm sure you're looking at all the options.
Which road are you talking about?
Well, I mean, we've got the spine road here that kind of dead ends there at 59.
Oh, yeah, so that, and it would punch through to the next, that's planning for it to punch into the neighborhood so you can get through.
Okay, great. Okay. Yeah, I mean, but as you can see there, you gotta come up and around, which is fine if that's what we gotta do. We need to be real clear with that neighborhood, because I'm sure that's gonna be a little disruptive for them to have a trail along the lakefront there. Other questions or comments? Any changes?
Looks good to me.
That's an impressive piece of work, I appreciate it.
It's gonna be done next year, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I do.
Overpromise, underdeliver on that.
I do have one card requesting public comment on this one from a Mr. Rector. And I'm sorry, I can't read the first name, my apologies. But speaking about the lakefront development.
He might be in the chamber.
Might be in the chamber?
Yeah, let me see if he's in the chamber.
Thomas, would you mind?
What was the last name?
Rector?
Didn't he send an email earlier?
Yeah, but he's asked to speak.
Oh.
Okay. Mr. Rector, welcome.
Hello, how are you?
I'm glad to have you here, and we're doing fine, sir. Are you?
I'm fine. My name is Al Rector. I live at 2337 Clearview Court. I live right across the way from the peninsula. My concern is the yurts and the cabins. Right now, we're already having a problem with the party houses with the Airbnbs. I kind of think that would contribute to the noise issues we're having. Also, that peninsula has been pretty much close to underwater in the past. And the park itself has been closed for like a couple of months since I've been here. I've lived here about 8 years. So I'm concerned about the noise. Also, I think if you have increased habitation over there, that would increase your risk of a fire hazard, especially during drought conditions. I'm not against the open space concept, but I know these cabins and the yurts are gonna be right at the 538 or 537, and I just think it's just not a real great idea to put in permanent structures there, especially when you're talking about putting in a 150-room hotel. I mean, and an RV park. So those are the two things I'm really opposed to. So, and the other thing is that, I mean, those yurts, I'm assuming they're not gonna have air conditioning, right?
This is a preliminary plan, so
okay,
all those
so-
details probably haven't been nailed
All
down.
right, so I'm kind of assuming that because, I mean, who's gonna wanna stay in a yurt when it's like 100 degrees out? That's like 8 months out of the year. So, I mean, that's just gonna be unbearable. But I'm sure people over there, I mean, we had to call cops one time this year because somebody had a bonfire over on the island. And if that goes up, I mean, that's just gonna be bad news for everybody in that area. So, and plus the noise, I mean, we're dealing with, you know, the plane traffic, the boat traffic, the jet ski traffic. I mean, it's this noise all the time now. So that's my primary concern.
Appreciate you voicing your concerns, Mr. Rector, and thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you.
All right. Any other direction? You got what you need?
I do.
All right, we're going to close the workshop. We're going to go move back into regular session. Thank you, council. Thank you, Happy Associates. Yeah, sounds good.
I'm leaving all my junk there. Back in here, right?
Yes.
All right, we're going to call this regular session to order. And this is one of my favorite privileges, to be here and to speak to all the great things that happen in our city. So I have 4 proclamations this evening, so bear with me. If you want to join in with like a little call and response, anytime I say whereas, just say it with me. We'll get it done. So today, first up, I have whereas Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week is recognized with the purpose of educating the public on the current state of hunger and homelessness in our community, including the need for affordable housing in the city of Lewisville, and to encourage support for service providers as well as community service opportunities for all residents. And whereas the city of Lewisville recognizes the need for continued and additional support to overcome the gap in existing systems with over 90,000 individuals living in Denton County experiencing food insecurity, an additional need of 4,598 affordable housing units in Lewisville available for households earning below half of the area median income, and 9.6% of Lewisville residents experiencing poverty as of July of 2022. And whereas there are many organizations committed to fighting food insecurity and providing supportive services to people experiencing a housing or food crisis, including Christian Community Action, Denton County Friends of the Family, Journey to Dream, Serve Lewisville, SPAN, the Salvation Army, and the United Way of Denton County. And whereas the city of Lewisville would continue its efforts to create and preserve affordable housing and support social service providers in their commitment to minimize hunger and homelessness in our community. Now, therefore, I, T.J. Gilmore, Mayor of the City of Lewisville, and on behalf of the Lewisville City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of November 11th through 18th, 2023, declared as Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week in the City of Lewisville, and encourage all residents to consider spending time this week volunteering and supporting local Lewisville groups and nonprofits that are focusing efforts to ensure all Lewisville residents have access to their basic necessities of food and housing. Proclaimed the 6th day of November 2023. And I think, Ashley, are you here? You're going to be my target for this one because it covers everybody. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. You're doing great. Next up, proclamation for our municipal courts. And whereas municipal courts play a significant role in preserving public safety and promoting quality of life in Texas, preserving the rule of law and the fair and impartial administration of justice, and whereas more people come in contact with municipal courts than all other Texas courts combined, maybe just ours, but a lot. And public impressions of the Texas judicial system is largely dependent upon the public's experience in our municipal courts. Whereas the City of Lewisville Municipal Court is committed to the notion that our legal system is based on the principle that an independent, fair, and competent judiciary will interpret and apply the laws that govern us, and that judges and court personnel should comply with the law and act in a manner that promotes public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary. Whereas Lewisville Municipal Court judges are not policymakers for the City of Lewisville, but are bound by the law and the canons of judicial conduct and are required to make decisions independent of the governing body of the City Council, city officials, and employees. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Lewisville, Texas, to proclaim the week of November 6 through 10, 2023 as Municipal Court Week in recognition of the fair and impartial justice offered by the Municipal Court of Lewisville, proclaimed this 6th day of November 2023. Judge, would you and your staff come on up? And I want to tell you that typically when I hear about folks and their experiences with our court, they're not happy that they had to go to court, but they find, the vast majority find that we are fair, we are unbiased, and that our judges do a great job. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor.
You have a couple of words?
Just appreciate all the support we get from the City Council, and we have a great court and appreciate being here.
Keep doing the work.
Thank you. Thank you, James.
All right. Chief? Whereas the City of Lewisville Police Department Property and Evidence Division is responsible for receipt, documentation, and storage for all incoming physical and digital property and evidence, preserving all property and evidence, and lawfully releasing or disposing of all evidence. And whereas the police property and evidence staff responds to requests from internal and external customers and is integral to building relationships with other police agencies, governmental entities, and other organizations promoting interagency communication. And whereas the Lewisville Police Department currently retains approximately 100,000 physical property items and intake about 6,000 items each year and release or dispose of around 8,500 items, and whereas the police property and evidence staff are responsible for maintaining the chain of custody for evidence to assist in prosecution of cases, and whereas the City of Lewisville recognizes the importance of every law enforcement position in service to our community. Now therefore I, T.J. Gilmore, Mayor of the City of Lewisville, Texas, do hereby recognize the week of October 29th through November 4th as Police Property and Evidence Week in the City of Lewisville, and encourage all residents to express their appreciation to the Lewisville Police Department Property and Evidence staff for their dedication to the organization and contribution to the community, proclaimed the 6th day of November. We got those folks? I need them up here. Let's give them a hand. And if you've ever been to the police department or our Citizens Police Academy, you're going to see firsthand the amount of work. And folks, we talked about 100,000 physical property items, tens of thousands of digital property, whether that's video or whether that's somebody's Ring camera stuff, and they've got to paw through all of this stuff and return it for Freedom of Information requests and those types of things. The burden on this staff has become exponential with the digital age. So you guys do an amazing job. Thank you so much. You want to say anything? All right. Next up, something that everybody in Lewisville should be amazingly proud of because it speaks to our commitment to the 2025 plan and to our commitment to green spaces and our parks. On October 9th, 2023, the City of Lewisville Parks and Recreation Department received official accreditation from the Commission of Accredited Parks and Recreation Agencies, CAPRA. And they asked me to speak. And so I Googled CAPRA because I had no idea what CAPRA was. Well, CAPRA is actually a large African animal with straight horns. In fact, used to be thought of, maybe it's the source of the unicorn, but it's an ibex. Well, ibexes are also known as goats. They are a family of goats. And what I also know about goats is that they are the greatest of all time, much like our Parks Department. So I really want to thank everybody for hanging with me on that really roundabout conversation. But CAPRA, the organization, is the only national accreditation of parks and recreation organizations. And it's a huge measure of an organization's overall quality of operation, management, and service to the community. CAPRA accreditation, we are in the top 1%. There are only 193 other parks and recreation departments in the United States that have this designation. So it is an amazing achievement for little Lewisville to be ranked in that number. They came out here, CAPRA came and visited us physically. They looked at all of our operations, and they really decided that at the end of the day, we needed to be one of the 27 cities of Texas that are CAPRA accredited. It's the most in the US, by the way. Texas has the #1 number of CAPRA accredited. 15 of them are here in the DFW Metroplex. Extensive community engagement, strategic planning, master planning, recreation planning, and more importantly, following through on all those plans, which is something Lewisville does wonderfully. So if I could get my PARD folks up here, because we have an agency accreditation, Commission for Accreditation of Park and Recreation Agencies. And let me be really clear about this, guys. Once you get this one, then you get better grants. So we're looking forward to that as well. And cool, like scarves. So let's give them a hand. And yeah, our parks director, our biggest park fan here, Stacy Anaya. Would you mind?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Big park fan, council members, park fans out there. Couple of things. One of the big things that our report said was how invested the entire community is in parks from top to bottom. And that starts with our elected officials, our city management, and also the other directors, because this wasn't just something that the Parks and Recreation Department had to go get. It was something that we went and got as a community. A lot of the other departments helped us put together our evidence. So this is really a Lewisville type thing. But I do have to call out 2 members of our staff who put a lot of time into this, and that was Chris Chastain and Jose Marinas. They kind of led our efforts. And then also thanking Erica Tang for her group and making sure that we had all this like great swag. So the cool thing is you get this accreditation at a ceremony called the Best of the Best ceremony at our national conference. And when they called our name out, we all raised our scarves and screamed like goats and made ourselves known. And so it was a really good time. So thank you all, not only manager and city council and the fellow directors, but the community as well, because this is a reflection of all of us. Thank you very much.
Want a picture? There's James. He's just panoramic. Thanks. Great job, guys. Proud of y'all. Item E, 1, public hearing, consideration of an ordinance granting a zone change from agricultural open space district to heavy industrial district on approximately 1.129 acres out of the S.M. Hayden Abstract 537 located at 504 Barfneck Lane as requested by Ashton Miller McAdams on behalf of Joseph Anglione, ALS Development LLC, the property owner, case number 2307-12-Z. The subject property is presently used as an accessory dwelling unit, commercial, and contractor's yard. American Landscape Systems made the conversion from a residential use to a commercial use without the required zoning and development approvals, and code enforcement action was taken, requiring the owner to go through the process of a zone change. The zone change to the heavy industrial district is the first step needed to bring the property into compliance with the Unified Development Code. The applicant has also submitted a special use permit for an accessory dwelling unit, commercial, and contractor's yard, which will be considered at the November 20th, 2023 City Council meeting. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended unanimous approval 6-0 on October 17th, 2023, and it is recommended that the City Council approve the ordinances set forth in the caption above. I do have Mr. Richard Lutke available for questions. The public hearing is now open. City Secretary, do we have any public comment?
No, sir.
Council, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I did want to just kind of
Sure.
say a little something before I close the public hearing. I will say, just to let you in on my thought process, when I looked at this, I looked at the map and I said, I feel like maybe the most appropriate zoning for this property would be light industrial, since it is surrounded by light industrial. And I appreciate Richard for talking me through the reason why this does not qualify under light industrial because of the outdoor storage. So with that, I'm on board with the heavy industrial. That makes sense. And with that, I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion passes unanimously. I'll entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
Move to approve the ordinance for the caption.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. City Attorney?
This is an ordinance of the Lewisville City Council amending the zoning ordinance by rezoning approximately 1.129 acres of land out of the S.M. Hayden Survey Abstract Number 537 located at 504 Barfnick Lane from agricultural open space AO district zoning to heavy industrial HI district zoning, correcting the official zoning map, preserving all other portions of the zoning ordinance, determining that the zoning amendment herein made promotes the health, safety, and general welfare of the city, providing for repeal or severability, a penalty, and an effective date, and declaring an emergency.
Council, if you please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Item 2, public hearing. Consideration on ordinance granting a zone change from local commercial district office district, single-family residential R9 district, townhouse residential district, multifamily 1 district, light industrial district, specific use district, and manufactured home park district to planned development light industrial district on 226.3678 acres out of the Peter Harmon Survey, Abstract 530, the H. Turner Survey, Abstract number 1248, the J.T. Cosby Survey, Abstract number 1567, and the Jesse Watkins Survey, Abstract number 1327, located generally along the north and south sides of Spinks Road, west of South Valley Parkway, and east of Duncan Lane, as requested by Denton Walker of Transwestern Development Company, the applicant, on behalf of Accelerated Christian Education Incorporated, the property owner, item 22-09-9-PZ. The Southwest Lewisville Small Area Plan adopted by the City Council in 2018 outlined 2 possible uses for this large undeveloped area, either a cluster-style single-family residential development or an employment mix business park. Transwestern Development Company proposed to develop the Valley Parkway Business Park, a planned development with a light industrial-based district that conforms with many elements prescribed by the Small Area Plan, including preservation of existing tree canopy and open space, along with a trail network connecting surrounding neighborhoods and activity nodes. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended unanimous approval 6-0 on October 17, 2023. It's recommended that the City Council approve the ordinance as set forth in the caption above. We do have Mr. Richard Lutke, our Planning Director, available. The public hearing is now open. I do have a request to appear before the council from Nicole Ryburn. If you would please state your name and address for the record.
Nicole Ryburn, 2013 Wanderlust Drive in Lewisville, Texas. Thank you for City Council for offering to listen to more citizens about this. I guess I wanted to say that changing the largest open area left in Lewisville into light industrial provides low economic benefit for all the populations that are adjacent to this area. Increased traffic, congestion, truck noise, road damage, poor drainage, destruction of wildlife, lower resale value of the property that is adjacent to the city, or excuse me, to this property, actually hurts all of the people that are involved in this. If you had a pulse on the feelings of the city of Lewisville, the feelings vocalized by the city on any social media sites is that the city of Lewisville does not need more warehouses. That is the absolute last thing that the city needs more of. Telling neighbors directly when I went to go tell neighbors that were directly impacted by this facility, most of them were not even aware that this was being built. There is neighborhoods that are adjacent to it, that are in the city of Flower Mound, and then the rest of it actually is just too far away in the zoning to be notified by the city that this was actually happening to their neighborhood. The Lewisville 2025 plan is to make Lewisville a place that people want to choose to live, work, and visit. And the Southwest Lewisville Small Area Plan that we just spoke about, actually, they decided in 2018 that this would be best served by having single-family residential development or an employment mix business park, and this light industrial is neither of those. Lewisville 2025 plan is to make a place to live, work, and visit, and let's discuss how this doesn't fit into this vision. To live in Lewisville, this change to light industrial will border a manufactured home community of around 1,500 people, a housing community in Flower Mound, an apartment community in Lewisville, Flower Mound recreational facility, and a school whose population, a large amount of this population walks to and from school. So it will impact all of those people there. Valley Parkway and 3040 become the main artery roads to access this new site, and one would offer Spinks Road as a direct route to and from these 10 warehouses that Lewisville has vocally said they do not want. And it would offer Spinks Road as the direct route. These warehouses don't have, the roads that are surrounding this don't have wide enough lanes, they do not have turn lanes, they don't have traffic signals, they merge onto 121 at a stop sign that they legally can't, they can't take a right and get onto 121. So essentially the infrastructure around this facility is not planned out to benefit the city. All of the traffic that it will create and the additional wear and tear on the roads will be significant. Trucks must merge onto 121 access road controlled by one stop sign that falls perpendicular to 121 on Valley Parkway, where the speed limit is 50 miles an hour. That is not going to be a good place for trucks to be entering and exiting 10 warehouse facility that's there, in addition to the ones that are already there. Making this area safer and flow better is not in their plans. It is in their plans to actually get the minimum requirements taken care of so they can check them off and move on to their next property. An alternate access point could be 121 Business at Vista Ridge Mall Drive, which would require trucks to do a U-turn going north in an already very congested light. Leaving or entering these new facilities would require semi-trucks to pass through all or some of these residents that I listed earlier. Thousands of residents will now have semis driving directly behind their homes and the schools. Trucks traveling past homes lowers resale value, rental property rates, and it becomes extremely unsafe for the children that are actually going to and from these schools every day. Trucks cause significantly more damage to the road. Per the Government Accountability Office, one 5-axle trailer has the same impact as 9,600 automobiles. The road stress is 10,000 to 1, and does the taxation possibly of vacant warehousing compensate for the damage to our infrastructure? And I don't have those numbers, but it doesn't seem like the city is going to benefit from this. It seems like the developers are. The average warehouse workers make $14.63 an hour, according to ZipRecruiter.com, making their average salary around $30,000 a year. People who make $30,000 a year can't live in Lewisville. They cannot afford to have any of the housing in any part of the city. The salary is around $20,000 less than the national average salary, and these employees will not be purchasing lunches in the area. They will not be buying cars from our city. They will not be participating in Lewisville at all. They will only be coming here to work and leave. They will not enrich Lewisville's building at all.
Ms. Ryburn, if you could wrap it up, please.
I'm sorry?
Your 5 minutes have expired.
Okay.
If you could go ahead and put a bow on it, please.
Oh, okay. I guess, sorry. The average warehouse is large, and I guess it's not good for the city. the city's worked very hard, I guess, for making this to be a good facility, but it doesn't serve it doesn't serve the citizens.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much obliged, thank you. Mr. Lutke, you're available for questions, and we also have the developer here. Okay.
So I have a couple questions. So very good points. Thank you for speaking. I appreciate that. There were several comments made about traffic and congestion. Richard, can you give us any insight into your thoughts about traffic and congestion along these streets and how they affect the neighborhoods around those proposed warehouses?
The existing street network around there was designed and taking into consideration the patterns that have been there long-term. I believe the former TI plant, which is now Convergence, was built, I believe, in the 70s, maybe even early 60s. So as that area evolved, our thoroughfare plan reacted to the development of light industrial uses in that area. And I could defer to our city engineer, but I believe our roadway system in that part of Lewisville functions very, very well for that type of traffic that is generated by these type of businesses. For example, the Majestic Airport Center, which has developed over the last 10 years, has 10 buildings. It's very similar in size without all the amenities that are being proposed by this developer.
Was there anything to add?
Mr. Salmon?
The only other note that I would add is when the city built Spinks Road and the extension of the Valley Parkway, the pavement was designed for heavy truck loading.
So it's thicker, it's structurally designed
Yes,
for
so it's
that.
structurally sized for that.
Okay. And then there was a comment made that it ties right into what we were talking about with housing earlier, about the average warehouse salary per year. Do we have any insights as to what other jobs might be available besides warehouse workers in that development?
Actually, I think that'd probably be best addressed to the developer.
Yeah, that's fine.
Would you guys mind speaking to the jobs that would be coming to the facility? Name and address for the record, please.
Honorable Mayor, so my name is Denton Walker. I'm with Transwestern Development Company, and we're glad to be here. Thank you, City Council members. We've worked for the last 18 months with the city staff and Richard and his team to enhance the project from the standpoint of design characteristics, open space, tree preservation, 30-foot landscaping setbacks. We worked with the staff closely to enhance this project even greater than the warehouses that surround our project, Mayor.
Can you speak to the employment?
In terms of the employment, the type of project we're looking for is a project that would have higher salaries than what Ms. Nicole Reitman mentioned. We're looking to expand some of the tenants that currently, and companies that currently are in Lewisville, that call Lewisville their home, and we're looking to keep those companies here. We want to keep those companies that are in Lewisville now. We're looking to recruit national corporations to the city of Lewisville. That would be high-paying jobs. That would be corporate offices. There would be some warehousing traffic. The roads that it currently exists, Spinks Road, that is land that was dedicated by the landowner. So our view is this is a high-end business park with high percentage office, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Other questions?
I have, are you done?
Go ahead. I might have some more depending on what you say, so it's fine.
So, and I'm not quite sure who this is for, but, you know, I'm just looking at an aerial, because I had initially the same reaction, where like, oh, that's a lot of warehouses, you know, do we need more warehouses? And, you know, I look at an aerial, and there's this piece here, and then there's warehouses everywhere. So really, there's warehouses on the east side of this property,
right.
East of Valley, and then there's, you know, once you get over into Flower Mound, past, I'm not quite sure what that road is, perhaps that's Garden Ridge. There's a whole bunch more over there. So really, this is a connection piece between two light industrial districts that I have to imagine. Do we know what the existing traffic pattern, are the trucks going through there now?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And so then what it comes down to is, you know, I'm like, oh, if we could get some residential there, that would be great. Can you talk about what some of the viability of having residential here? I know we've got is it a sewage treatment plant just on the other side into Flower Mound that's there? There's the gas well there. Can you talk about how viable would it be to have a residential subdivision come into this property?
Yes, staff has looked extensively at the two different options that were suggested as part of the Southwest Lewisville Small Area Plan. And it is a beautiful piece of property. And if it were located elsewhere, if it were, you know, along the lake, it would probably be a perfect spot for a very high-end conservation-style development for a residential community. But you also have to kind of think about the process of entry is something that a lot of urban designers think about when you're trying to come to your neighborhood. Any neighborhood that would be established here would have to go through an industrial area. And that's not really what a lot of folks that are going to invest a lot of money into their home really want to do as part of traveling to and from their home. Looking at this, it's almost like it's the donut hole of the surrounding area that is an industrial park. And these buildings are designed as warehouses, but they're not 100% warehouses. Looking at Majestic, it also has 10 buildings, Majestic Airport Center. And it has quite a variety of different types of businesses. We've got Mary Kay, we've got Erickson. There's just a huge variety of different jobs, different types of employers, and it does bring a very solid employment base and tax base to the city. That's one reason that we believe Lewisville has been so successful is that very early on in its growth, it designated areas to have these type of business parks, like Waters Ridge was one of the first ones, and then the area around the former TI plant. So, like I said, looking at it, we really felt that a business park is probably the highest and best use given the surrounding environment and the feel of this area.
Okay, and so this would be, and by the definition of what we're calling a business park, that's what this is?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you speak to the green space and what is being saved there?
Yes, this will be a first for Lewisville to have an industrial park that has 20% open space. We've got some open space in Waters Ridge that was developed several decades ago, but it doesn't really have the amenities that it should, the trails, the pedestrian amenities, and so forth. It's nice to look at, but at least this will serve many purposes and meet those priorities identified in the Southwest Lewisville Small Area Plan, particularly about connectivity, preserving some of those open spaces, providing trails, and preserving some of the tree cover. So 20% is a very large part of this property, and that'll be a first for Lewisville. None of our other business parks have really done that. So we really feel this will be kind of our best of the best as far as our business park areas.
Can you expand upon what you mean by connectivity? Like what pieces is it connecting?
Yes, a focus of the small area plan was the Creekside Mobile Home Park. That is a neighborhood that we want to preserve and enhance as much as possible. It is very isolated. Number one, due to its location on the very edge of town, there's really only one way in and out. And so the plan calls for multiple strategies in connecting that neighborhood to other destinations that those residents are trying to get to schools, to stores and shopping, particularly to the north along Round Grove Road. And this project provides a very vast network of trails that does connect Creekside up to the high school, up to the grocery store, up along Round Grove, and a future trail connection to the southwest, which is planned by the city of Grapevine. That's a very critical connection that will tie our entire trail system to the southwest to Grapevine and points beyond Grapevine.
Thank you.
you.
So I have a couple more questions here. So looking at this map, the mobile home park that we're speaking of is, 'cause I'm not real familiar with this area. Is this the Briar Lane, Pebble Creek? Those streets have the mobile home zones, is that what we're talking about? Where is a mobile home park? That's.
It's on the very south end of Ace Lane, right off the valley. So it kind of the southeastern corner of the subject site.
So which was here first? Were the warehouse was here first, or was that park here first, the mobile home park?
No, the mobile home park's been here for
That
decades.
predates the warehouses.
Decades and decades and decades.
Okay, all right. So when I think about warehouse, I think about the last legislative session, and we've got a lot of warehouses. We just had to go up there and defend sales tax. Austin tried to come take sales tax from Lewisville. And, when I think about warehouses and sales tax and things like that, one, I agree with the commenter earlier, we have a lot of warehouses in the area. I'm not sure I can get excited about more warehouses in the area, especially if there's not an opportunity that we can ensure sales tax are going to be collected from these warehouses. So that's a concern that I put out to the room. I'd like you to comment on that, please.
I couldn't understand you. Could you please speak a little louder?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
All right, so to the commenter that came up first, there were concerns about warehouses. And I see this all the time on social media. We have a lot of warehouses in Lewisville. Do we really need more warehouses? We just had a legislative session where Austin was coming in and trying to take sales tax dollars away from the warehouse that we already have. So in this environment, I can't get real excited about more warehouses coming in if we're not guaranteed to collect sales taxes off of those warehouses to support the very development of those warehouses and maintaining them. So I was wondering if you could just comment to that.
Comment on sales tax?
If you could speculate on, you know what, I don't think I need you to comment at all. I'm not interested in warehouses up here, so I think we're good. Thank you.
What would you like to see?
I think that we need to differentiate some of these warehouses with the business parks that we're talking about. They have warehouses amongst them, but they're not mega warehouse distribution centers.
Correct. It's really a combination. Yes, there is some warehousing. Some of the companies do provide mostly, warehousing of their goods. Usually have a small office, but some have the larger offices. Some do research and development. Like I said, there is quite a wide variety. Our economic development director, Mike, could elaborate a little bit more on the diversity of the type of businesses that we have in that part of the city. And I think we could say the exact same thing for the town of Flower Mound, just to the west. I was just counting about 40 different buildings that they've built along Spinks Road and along Freeport Parkway. They've invested heavily in that area, and a lot of that is because it is such a prime location because of its access to freeways and DFW Airport. And that's what really makes this area golden for businesses that want to locate in this general area.
I would like to say, years ago, when we did long-range plans for Lewisville, and we set up different areas, I remember when I was on council before, we were working on, that's going to date me, the 2010 plan. And there were certain areas that we set up and planned for that would have the business centers, the business parks, the distribution areas. And I will say that has, and they were in those specific areas that we're talking about. And they've been planned that way since the 90s. That's been the vision for those particular areas. And I will say those areas are what has kept Lewisville tax rate on the residents down as low as it has been.
Other questions or comments?
Is there something in and I apologize that I didn't dig through the meat of the text and the PD. Is there something in here that would prevent this from turning into a mega distribution center?
The base zoning district is light industrial. So, worst case scenario, that could happen, but that's not what we have seen. And we have seen, looking at other communities that have similar business parks that have amenities with open space and trails that their employees can actually use while they're at work, tend to draw a variety of different companies that really like to have those amenities for their employees. So I can't guarantee it, but I think it's highly unlikely. I think Denton can probably elaborate
Right.
on that.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. So the mega distributions you're speaking to, Councilwoman Green, are located on I-20 and I-30. This project is a business park. It's not a mega distribution facility. And it's been arranged and designed with the city staff. The 20% open space is a huge deal, and that we think that maintains the quality of the business park. We also have 30-foot setbacks. And by the way, none of these items are accommodated with any of the warehouses around us. This is enhanced from all the projects around us. It's the 20% open space, the 30-foot landscaping setback, the 15% tree canopy preservation, the 12-foot hiking and biking trail, the architectural design standards. So though some of you may not like warehouses, but this is the nicest warehouse business park you'll ever see. We work closely with the staff to enhance this business park.
So, and I want to be clear. It's not that I don't like warehouses. They have a place. We have a lot of them already. That's my concern. And I'm sorry if my mic isn't picking up accurately, but I want to make sure that that's understood. We have a lot of warehouses already, and I have concern we're the warehouse town. So that's my concern with that.
There was a question about, or a comment about infrastructure, and I don't know if we're at that point in this yet, but would there be infrastructure upgrades that were needed as part of this project if it was developed as currently zoned or in this PD? Can you?
Yes, there's a significant list of infrastructure that'll be upgraded as part of this project. I know some Duncan Road will be expanded. There'll be a 12-inch water line along Duncan Lane that'll be looped from Spinks Road up to the school district property. Traffic signal will be installed at Spinks Road and South Valley, making that intersection much safer, particularly with pedestrians that traverse that intersection. So there's quite a bit of improvements being done. I believe the other half of Duncan Lane will also be built as well. So really the network in that area, as far as the street perspective, the water perspective, we'll see some of those components of those networks completed in that area that we've been waiting on for a long time.
And turn lanes added onto the street? Okay.
Turn lanes will be included at all the major entrances.
Let me ask one more question here, and then I'll be done, I think. So I'm having difficulty imagining a 442,000 square foot building. Is this like a football stadium size, half a football stadium? Can you give it to me in a context that maybe I can envision a little bit more? What's a 500,000 square foot warehouse look like?
Patrick, do you recognize, or have you seen the new Hilti facility that's down on 3040?
I haven't.
Garden Ridge. It's the warehouse that most folks, warehouse distribution center that got people stirred up on the south side down there. That's roughly 300,000 square feet.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't have a better context for you, but it's probably, if you look at the map in Lewisville, there's two on South Valley Parkway. Those are about 300,000 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Concerns? I do want to put a couple of data points out there, I think it's relevant. Social media, while it is entertaining, I don't know if it's necessarily reality, so I do want to put some reality out there. We're talking about the warehouse district in Flower Mound having 40. We have about 18 currently on the ground.
That's right.
When you go just south to Capel, over 40% of their land mass is these warehouses, and they have a lower tax rate than we do. So I appreciate and understand people's, when it's right there, it's right there. But to call us the warehouse city is just wrong. It's absolutely empirically wrong. You can look at a map and take a look at what's going on in the neighborhoods next to us. And this Spinks Road, it's all built out because of DFW. So just boots on the ground, numbers, if we're going to talk empirically about what spaces look like.
I would like to reiterate too that those sections, those areas of town have never been never been envisioned a single-family development. It has always been because of the proximity to the airport. It's always been thought of as that's the perfect areas for this type of business development, and this type of business development is what keeps the tax rate as low as we possibly can and keep operating.
And I think there was a
And we,
hope.
again, our warehouses are half of what they would like to say are more affluent areas, Flower Mound, Coppell. We are so minuscule in size compared to their, what they want to call their free trade area. And that's one reason why Coppell has their residential
And I
tax
think,
rate is so low.
To Richard's point, there was an incentive to try and figure out how to get single family down there if we could make it work. But I think Councilmember Green mentioned some of the issues, a sewer treatment plant being right there. Being bookended by warehouse districts on our two neighborhood cities where this is a main thoroughfare to get to, so. I think it's difficult, right? I appreciate the
it is.
neighborhoods down there and what's going on. I just wanted to get some context to the conversation. Any other comments? Questions? City Secretary, do we have any other public comment?
No, sir.
All right, council, if there's no other conversation to be had on this, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close the public hearing.
I have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion to close the public hearing passes 5-1. Any further discussion from council? Council, I'll entertain a motion to approve the ordinance as set forth in the caption. Or some other motion.
Move to approve the ordinance as set forth in the caption.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. City Attorney.
This is an ordinance of the Lewisville City Council amending the zoning ordinance by rezoning approximately 226.3678 acres of land out of the Peter Hermanson Survey, abstract number 530, the H. Turner Survey, abstract number 1248, the J.T. Cosby Survey, abstract number 1567, and the Jesse Watkins Survey, abstract number 1327, located generally along the north and south sides of Spinks Road, west of South Valley Parkway, and east of Duncan Lane, from local commercial LC district, office OD district, single-family residential R9 district, townhouse residential TH district, multifamily 1 MF1 district, light industrial LI district, specific use SU district, and manufactured home park MHP district to planned development light industrial PDLI district zoning. Correcting the official zoning map, preserving all other portions of the zoning ordinance, determining that the zoning amendment herein made promotes the health, safety, and general welfare of the city, providing for repeal or severability, a penalty, and an effective date, and declaring an emergency.
City Council, if you please vote. Motion passes 5-1. Thank you, council, and everyone who gave your input on that one. Item 3, public hearing. Consideration on ordinance amending Volume 2 of the Lewisville City Code, known as the Unified Development Code, by amending Article 3, Chapter 6, zoning petitions and procedures, and Chapter 10, zoning text amendments and procedures to update certain notification requirements outlined therein by amending Article 5, Chapter 1, Section 6, nonconforming use, and Chapter 2, termination of nonconforming uses, to update certain processes outlined therein, and amending Volume 1 of the Lewisville City Code, known as the Code of Ordinances, by amending Chapter 11, Section 11 through 7, sign 11-7, sign specifications and design to update standards for nonconforming signs. The proposed amendments are based on the 2023 Texas legislative session changes to the process for notification to property and business owners when a use becomes nonconforming and processes for terminating a nonconforming use or sign. These amendments are required to maintain conformance with state statutes. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended unanimous approval 4-0 on October 3rd, 2023, and it is recommended that the City Council approve the ordinance as set forth in the caption above. We do have Mr. Richard Lutke available, and the public hearing is now open. There's no additional comments. I don't have any comment cards.
Move to close the public hearing.
All right, I have a motion to close.
Second.
Council, please vote. Motion passes 6-0. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. City Attorney?
This is an ordinance of the Lewisville City Council amending Volume 2 of the Lewisville City Code known as the Unified Development Code by amending Article 3, Chapter 6, Zoning Petitions and Procedures, and Chapter 10, Zoning Text Amendments and Procedures, to update certain notification requirements outlined therein, by amending Article 5, Chapter 1, Section 6, Nonconforming Use, and Chapter 2, Termination of Nonconforming Uses, to update certain processes outlined therein, and amending Volume 1 of the Lewisville City Code, known as the Code of Ordinances, by amending Chapter 11, Section 11-7, Sign Specifications and Design, to update standards for nonconforming signs, providing for repeal or severability, a penalty, and an effective date, and declaring an emergency.
Council, if you'd please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Item 4, public hearing, consideration of an ordinance amending Article 7, uses, parking requirements, supplemental use regulations, and certain distance regulations of Volume 2 of the Lewisville City Code, known as the Unified Development Code, by adding Section 7.3.23, establishing supplemental use regulations for medical office and clinic, hospital and licensed massage therapy uses, and amending Exhibit 7.2-3-3, mixed-use zoning districts, and Exhibit 7.2-3-4, non-residential zoning districts, to add references to the new section. During the 2023 Texas legislative session, the City of Lewisville worked with state representatives to amend state statutes to allow for increased regulation of massage establishments where there are penal code offenses related to prostitution and human trafficking. The proposed ordinance captures many of these changes and includes medical office, medical clinics, and hospitals to ensure that the city can have the needed oversights of locations with unlawful activities for a period of 2 years. It's recommended that the City Council approve the ordinance as set forth in the caption above. I do have Mr. Richard Lutke and Chief Kevin Deaver available for questions. The public hearing is now open. I do have a public comment card from our state representative, Ms. Kronda Temish. Kronda, if you wouldn't mind, name and address for the record, please.
Absolutely. Good evening. My name is Kronda Timish, and I'm a Lewisville resident at 2516 Sir Tristram. And today I just want to thank City Manager Claire Powell for working tirelessly with myself and our office. This is really important to not only me as a representative, but for me as a resident of Lewisville and a mom and a grandmother. I am really grateful for how hard the City of Lewisville has worked to make a difference in this space. We know that human trafficking is an issue that we've worked tirelessly this session, and I feel like the City of Lewisville really dug in, got creative, and really worked in an area and a space that is going to allow the city to monitor and make a difference in this. And so I really just want to especially thank Claire for your work on this. And as a freshman legislator, it was an honor to pass this, not only for my home city, but just to make a difference. We've had other cities reach out to us in the state of Texas that have said that were impacted. I know Chairman Button wanted to pass something similar. When she saw ours, she's like, you go with it, because this is something that will impact positively the city of Dallas as well. So I just want to say thank you. I'm proud of our city council and our city manager and the work that you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kronda. And I want to be clear, this wouldn't have happened if council had not addressed this as something important to our legislative agenda for the year. And I also want to be clear that Representative Kronda Temish, you would think this would have been a no-brainer in Austin, but people down there get so wrapped up in the idea of power that they forget that these laws impact people's lives, and they're worried about what we might do with extra power. Oh, we might make it harder for people to traffic. Yeah, so thank you for being the voice of reason down there and getting this passed, because it was a lot harder fight than it needed to be. With that, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing unless there's more comment.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Council, please vote. Passes unanimously. I'll entertain a motion to approve. One more hoop to jump.
We got one more. We got one more.
Move to approve the ordinance as set forth in the caption.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. City Attorney?
This is an ordinance of the Lewisville City Council amending Article 7, uses, parking requirements, supplemental use regulations and certain distance regulations of Volume 2 of the Lewisville City Code, known as the Unified Development Code, by adding Section 7.3.23, establishing supplemental use regulations for medical office and clinic, hospital, and licensed massage therapy uses, and amending Exhibit 7.2-3-3, mixed-use zoning districts, and Exhibit 7.2-3-4, non-residential zoning districts, to add references to the new section, providing for repeal or severability of penalty and an effective date, and declaring an emergency.
Council, if you please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Chief, use it well. Item 5, public hearing, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Lewisville, Texas, providing for the adoption of an amendment to the city's 2022 Annual Action Plan as required by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to reallocate funds from the Fox-Hembry Historic Cemetery Project to the Southwest Parkway Complete Street Design Project. The 2022-2023 CDBG Annual Action Plan included a project to revitalize the historic Fox-Hembry Cemetery. The project was funded $259,513. HUD required an up-to-date deed so the city can enter into an agreement with the property owners. The current deed for the cemetery, however, is from 1895 and is not reflective of current descendants. The timeline to determine heirship is going to take longer than anticipated, and the city needs to spend the CDBG funds to meet timeliness. The Southwest Parkway Complete Streets design process has begun. The agreement has been signed with the consultant, and the internal kickoff meeting was held on September 26, 2023. The project's costs have come in higher than originally estimated in 2021 when funds were allocated. Reallocating these funds to this project will alleviate the burden of the cost on the general fund. It's recommended that the City Council approve the resolution as set forth in the caption above. The public hearing for this is now open. Any questions, any comments?
Just one comment, Mr. Mayor. While it's unfortunate that we couldn't help out the Fox-Hembry, I think it's a great repurpose of the funding to make sure Southwest Parkway gets a complete street design.
Yeah, agreed. And I believe that once they get their paperwork figured out, that this can absolutely come back to council to be reviewed again.
Absolutely. If nobody else has any comments, I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Council, please vote. Passes unanimously. I'll entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
Move to approve the resolution as set forth in the caption.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Passes unanimously. Item F, Visitors Citizens Forum. Speakers must address their comments to the mayor rather than to individual council members or staff. Speakers should speak clearly and state their name and address prior to beginning their remarks. Speakers will be allowed 5 minutes for testimony. Speakers making personal, impertinent, profane, or slanderous remarks may be removed from the meeting. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistles, yells, clapping, and similar demonstrations will not be permitted. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the City Council is restricted from discussing or taking action on items not listed on the agenda. Action can only be taken at a future meeting. I do have a few comment cards today. First up, Mr. Jeff Woods. Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeff Woods. I'm from 1001 Forest Park Drive, Lewisville, Texas. Let it be known tonight that the City of Lewisville and other Texas cities have legal authority to address the problems that short-term rentals create. Over the past few years, short-term rentals have invaded many residential neighborhoods across Texas, often in open defiance of longstanding zoning ordinances that forbade rentals of less than 30 days. By injecting into neighborhoods zoned as single-family residential, single-family residential, they have become a revolving door of transients with little or no incentive to be good neighbors to people they will never see again. STRs permitted in single-family neighborhoods have historically always been a source of controversy and a fundamental threat to the residential character of the community, regardless of which city they are located. Here in Texas and elsewhere, short-term rental owners and front groups have made sweeping and unfounded assertions that municipalities are legally powerless to protect their citizens from the problems STRs frequently generate. They assert that they have an almost entirely unbounded property right to use their property for short-term rentals regardless of what the zoning ordinances may say. However, the prevailing and well-established legal principles as articulated by the Texas Supreme Court confirm that courts must give great deference to zoning ordinances and only block them if they are unreasonable or arbitrary. In a fairly recent case, the Texas Court of Appeals in Waco summarized the well-settled law with respect to zoning ordinances as established by the controlling case of City of Farr versus Tippett, a case decided by the Texas Supreme Court in 1981, and a case entitled City of Gatesville, Texas versus Hughes, handed down in 2011. The Waco Court of Appeals ruled, zoning is an exercise of a municipality's legislative powers. If reasonable minds may differ as to whether or not particular zoning ordinance has a substantial relationship to the public health, safety, morals, or general welfare, no clear abuse or discretion is shown, and the ordinance must stand as a valid exercise of the city's police power. A zoning ordinance is presumed to be valid, and the burden is on the one seeking to prevent its enforcement, whether generally or as to a particular property, to prove that the ordinance is arbitrary or unreasonable and that it bears no substantial relationship to the health, safety, morals, or general welfare of the community. An extraordinary burden rests on the party attacking the ordinance. Given the massive record in the public domain documenting the serious problems STRs frequently create for neighborhoods such as party houses, parking congestion, the lack of affordable housing, and most importantly, a fundamental threat to the very residential character of the community, actions by cities that are reasonable, targeted at protecting neighborhoods, and reaffirm existing zoning ordinances should clearly satisfy the test of having a substantial relationship to the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the local community. Further, it is of critical importance to note that the City of Arlington in April of 2019 adopted ordinances that reaffirmed and enforced a ban on all forms of short-term rentals, including owner-occupied, in certain residential areas of the city. And then in October 2019, the trial court in Fort Worth rejected requests by short-term rental owners and front groups to block the ordinance. On July 21st, 2021, the Fort Worth Court of Appeals affirmed that decision and dismissed all challenges to the Arlington ordinance. On January 28, 2022, the Texas Supreme Court rejected the attack by short-term rentals on the decision of the Fort Worth Court of Appeals, and on December 6, 2022, the plaintiffs in that case, faced with a looming trial date in February 2023, voluntarily dismissed their case with prejudice, meaning they can never bring those claims again. So the Arlington ordinances remain fully in effect, as has been the case since April of 2019. In short, the claim by short-term rental owners and front groups that Texas law forbids cities across the state from adopting reasonable zoning ordinances to address the real-life and severe issues that STRs most often produce in residential neighborhoods is a self-serving spin. We as voting citizens and residents are asking you, as our elected officials, to hear our concerns, setting aside all personal preferences, agendas, opinions, and biases, and to be our voice on this issue and take appropriate measures to ensure that healthy residential neighborhoods are not turned into blighted zones populated by many hotels. Avoiding legal mitigation is one of the city's utmost concerns, and so I'm perplexed at the hesitation from this city to not follow the Arlington model proven precedent. It has been upheld in the state level and by the Supreme Court of Texas, the same court jurisdiction that the city of Lewisville falls under. Bottom line is this hesitation to enact a proven precedent in lieu of an unprecedented and unproven plan will come at a very high price to the city of Lewisville, elected officials, and constituents. If the city of Grapevine did it and the city of Arlington did it, why can't we and why can't you? The reality is for you as council members delegated to vote on this issue on behalf of your constituents is that there are only two sides to this issue. Either you approve of the STR in single-family neighborhoods and think they're an asset to our community, or you oppose them because they are a proven problematic issue and by no means play an enhanced role in the Lewisville 2025 vision plan. It's as simple as that. There is no middle of the road on this issue.
Thank you, Mr.
It's black or white, but it's your individual decision to make, and our very livelihoods at stake in that decision.
Thank you, sir. Ainsley Stelling. Did you step down? All right. Lauren Billings. Name and address for the record, please.
Okie dokie. My name is Lauren Billings. I live at 1008 Vancouver Drive, Lewisville, Texas, 75077. So, I'm going to talk, first off, hello everyone. Happy November. Sorry. I'm just going to talk about what's going on with me and my journey to own a home. And I'm going to be a little excited about it because it's 8 o'clock and I get it. We've been talking a lot. So firstly, I want to talk about my living situation. I am renting a home, and my initial plan was to get me and my boyfriend to live together. He has 2 kids, he has a full-time job, I have a full-time job, and my idea was, let's get us out of apartments into a home because we need that, because we have 2 children, and I want to get out of there and own a home. I want to do it in Lewisville because it's affordable. I like it here. It's far enough away from my office that nobody can ask me for free stuff. It's great. But in 2020, if you guys remember COVID, my landlord decided, hey, I'm going to raise your rent by 25% because, you know, things are getting more expensive. At the time she sent that, I had not asked for any maintenance request because the last time I had asked her, she had said, the work that you're requesting is not enough for somebody to come out, even though the job was done improperly. I said, whatever, I'll just fix it. But I didn't ask for my rent to go up by 25%. How much did my salary go up? 0. Sorry, I'll stop slamming the table. So that was a bit of a pitfall. But now that October's here, student loans are back in session, and luckily I got those deferred, but then it dawned on me that it'll take me about 7 years to pay off my student loans. But in about 7 years, my kids are gonna be going to college. How am I supposed to save up money for them to go, but they're probably just going to go back into the debt game, unless if they're like super great and get all these scholarships, which I can push to them, but I'm not gonna push my kids down a hole and stress themselves out if they don't want to do that. So I got to go with their flow, but I want to help them out because I want to provide to them, because that is my job as a stepmom, is to be the person that they need. However, I feel a lot of anxiety and worry about my future situation because I can't even compete for a house right now. I don't have $20K over asking price to bring. I can't save money when my landlord has these unregulated rates. I can't compete with these investors coming into the neighborhoods and opening a short-term rental or whatever, getting into the rental game. I can't deal with my student loan. I'm not making more money. I don't know what to do. And I'm worried that this problem is just gonna get exacerbated into the next generation. And I don't like this game of debt, and I don't like it for the children either. But needless to say, I'm disgustingly optimistic. So I'm gonna wear my smile like my armor, and I have faith that things are gonna get better. And that's why I'm talking here tonight, because I need you to know what my situation is like. A 33-year-old with 2 kids and a boyfriend, just trying to get through life. Because I don't know what y'all's situation is like, but it kind of sucks over here. But thank you for listening. I'll see y'all later.
Ainsley Stelling?
Yes, apologies. I had handouts because this time they're in color. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I've heard it mentioned in past conversations that short-term rental owners are invested because they pay property taxes, sink money into updating, furnishing, maintaining their property, and bring tourists to local businesses and community activities. But I feel that there's a different kind of investment than what long-term residents bring to the community. And I want to provide you an example. On the next page, my husband and I just vacationed in the Bahamas. We were at an Airbnb apartment in Georgetown, Exuma, a country that has 70% of their GDP is brought in through tourism. The Airbnb operator was a management company with multiple properties. There was a business venture for profit, as are many of the short-term rentals in the Bahamas, as it's a tourist destination. So that is to be expected. We ate at local restaurants, rented a car, bought groceries, went on excursions. So we invested in the local economy, but that's it. Ultimately, we returned home. We came to Lewisville, a place where we have relationships with our neighbors, attend church, engage in community service. Our kids went to LISD schools. They're grown now. This is the kind of investment that has no price or data point because it's from the heart, and it's the kind of investment that long-term residents bring to the neighborhood and to the city. I'll be the first to say I'm guilty of not knowing my neighbors, and I've been in my house for 10 years. We all minded our own business and lived quiet, peaceful lives. But with the influx of 3 short-term rentals, I now know all my neighbors, and we are all united in our disgust in how our neighborhood is trending. The Lake Park Master Plan that was presented is a welcome investment to our beloved area of North Mill Street. It will bring long overdue updates to streets, Lake Park, Sneaky Pete's, and the marina. We understand that the lake is a tourist attraction for locals and non-locals. Its expanded amenities will bring an influx of tax dollars to the city. However, it makes myself and probably a few of my neighbors nervous that our properties will become targets for investors to be turned into short-term rentals. I can promise that we don't want our neighborhood turned into a hotel district. We're having enough problems with the 3 short-term rentals and can only imagine the mushroom cloud looming at the completion of the Lake Park project. We have an influx of strangers coming and going at all hours of night. I have camera footage of 15 vehicles entering and 12 vehicles exiting Lake Park or Forest Park between the hours of midnight and 5 a.m. on a Sunday night, on a Monday morning. My mama told me there ain't nothing good happening after midnight. Our neighborhood requests for police and code enforcement over the past 5 years is also not moving in a positive trend. For code calls, if you remove 2301, which is an abandoned property, the clear winner of code complaints goes to a short-term rental. Similarly, our police calls, outside of sickness and injury calls, the trend line for the past 4 years is a positive slope, which is not good news for the residents or for the police. I didn't include this year in that trend line because we're not done yet. One of the key components of the Lewisville 2025 vision is to attract and retain long-term residents through investments in affordable housing, community assistance programs, public transportation, expanded employment. And in our experiences in the past few years, short-term rentals go against this effort of maintaining a quality of life for current residents, much less attracting new residents. I am begging for a moratorium of new short-term rentals in Lewisville to prevent the overtake of our neighborhoods such as Park Place, until such time as the city decides to prevent them from operating in single-family neighborhoods. Only you can protect your residents and the priceless investment that we bring to this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. And forgive me on this one, Srinivas Hanmanlu? Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Good evening. My name is Srinivas Hanmanlu, and I live on 3421 Courtney Drive in Flower Mound, Texas. So today I'm here on behalf of DCICA, which stands for Denton County India Cultural Association. Honorable Mayor, Councilman, I'm here to invite you all to join us and celebrate the function of Diwali. It happens to be the biggest festival in India, and it's celebrated over 5 days, but we are doing it for a day. And it's at the Gerald Park in Flower Mound. It's on November 18th. We had originally planned on October 28th, but because of rain and all of that, we had to move that and reschedule. I, in fact, was here earlier last time around as well, trying to invite you all, but since we are all part of the Denton County, I wanted to make sure that we all can come and celebrate it together. Also, Diwali, I don't know how much you all are familiar. It's a festival. It's effectively in Sanskrit means a row of lights. It's a victory, celebration of victory of good over evil, light over darkness. And we as a DCICA, it's a nonprofit organization. Among many of the cultural things we do, we also do an annual medical camp and all of that. So we wanted to, at the end, we wanted to invite you all and thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We received your invite via email
Thank you.
earlier today
Thank
or
you.
yesterday, and I'm sure several of us are going to have the opportunity to get over there, so we're
Thank you.
excited
We
to have it.
appreciate it, and it'll be nice to have you all mayors and city council along with the rest of the cities as part of that. So
Well, thank you for reaching out and including us.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Nancy Sansom?
Good evening. Good evening. It's a pleasure to be with you all again, as ever. My name is Nancy Sansom. I live at Evergreen at Lewisville, 415 South Garden Ridge Boulevard, and I've been a resident there for 5 years. Because many aging seniors are experiencing financial difficulties, 2 years ago, we formed an advocacy organization working to help seniors with resources for their cost-burden rent, transportation, utilities, and food. We are presently known as the Lewisville Senior Living, where am I? Senior Living Challenges, or our logo is Seniors Helping Seniors. Since then, with the help of you, all of you, the city mayor, all you councilmen, and the city manager, Claire, Alicia, Chris, Rachel, and the rest, also including U.S. United Way Denton, CCA, Salvation Army, the county commissioner, Bobby Mitchell, Judge Andy Eady, and the Neighborhood Baptist Church, and other entities. We have been very blessed. And also, we are being followed by CBS Channel 11 that want to do videoing of our progress, and also the Denton County Records. Currently, Salvation Army has brought us hope this month to us Lewisville seniors with new subsidiaries for helping our seniors deal with unaffordable rent. To continue to partner and work with our various networks, and we are grateful for all of their responses. We are also active participants in the various local health and wellness conferences and expos. We just recently exhibited at the Thrive Recreation Center and the Golden Triangle Mall in Denton. Further conferences vendor exhibits include Senator Tan Parker, his support of the Flower Mound Seniors Fair on Saturday, December 9th. We also will be meeting with Mayor T.J. Gilmore and Mayor Derek France from Flower Mount, and to discuss future goals and objectives. Commissioner Bobby Mitchell is assisting us in scheduling appointments with Michael Burgess at Lake, Texas, Senator Tex Cruz, and Senator John Cornyn in their Dallas offices. In closing, this year is a very exciting time for us as we grow and have more contact with many more key officials and Lewisville seniors and nonprofits in our efforts to help those of us struggling with this house rent crisis. So I want to thank you very much tonight for again listening to us, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Willie Peterson? Name and address for the record, sir.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Willie Peterson. Since November 2020, I have resided at 415 South Garden Ridge Boulevard, Lewisville. I live at the Evergreen, Lewisville for seniors. Tonight, I wish to highlight an amazing, what I call civic achievement. I'm making reference to the rising sense of civic confidence among fellow residents at Evergreen Seniors Retirement Facility where I live. People around Evergreen are expressing their optimism, their confidence in our Lewisville City and County elected officials to make government work for them. This is a very positive thing by comparison to approximately 24 months ago. During that time, a very palpable malaise hang low above and around Evergreen seniors. Hopelessness was felt by some, fear and anger by others. The problem was rising rents were putting seniors at risk of actually being homeless. The gap between income and new lease increases were and remain a major crisis. But in that time that has passed since then, Civics 101 received a good shot in the arm under the remarkable leadership of Dr. Nancy. Requests for relief were made to Mayor Gilmore and the council, to our gracious city manager, Clara Powell. And with the patience of Job from the Bible, your staffs coached and encouraged us until the formation of a temporary delivery system was put in place. More than 80 Evergreen seniors have received financial assistance preventing their eviction. For me, the credit goes to the ordinary good people, such as those sitting silently in the back of this chamber. They are learning how to pull together to live into seniors helping seniors. But we're fast approaching the end of the year and the beginning of winter. Please, please don't forget Evergreen seniors. Even if you see us less often, please keep seniors on your priority agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. City Secretary, are there any other e-comments?
Yes, sir, there were 3 e-comments submitted today.
Gotcha. Council received 3 e-comments. Actually, Mr. Rector actually spoke in the work session, but we did receive an email regarding Lake Development Plan. We received an e-comment from Amy Pitry, not opposing STRs in concept, but does support regulation. We received that email, and then we also received an email from Sanjay Gupta, also inviting us to the Diwali event. So those are the remainder of the comments that I have. With that, we are going to take a 7-minute recess, and we will return here at 8:40.
Do what? I guess we were taking a break.
I was not paying attention at all. Your mic's on, by the way.
Oh.
All right, it is 8:40. We're back in session. Item G, consent agenda. All the following items on the consent agenda are considered to be self-explanatory by the council and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or citizen so requests. For a citizen to request removal of an item, a speaker card or e-comment must be filled out and submitted to the city secretary. City secretary, do we have any comments or requests on the consent agenda?
No, sir, we do not.
Council, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Consent agenda is approved unanimously. Item H, regular hearing, consideration of two alternative standards associated with outdoor storage and screening for Walmart on approximately 18.163 acres, located at 801 West Main Street, legally described as Valley Ridge Business Park West Edition, Lot 3-R1-A, Block C, Zone General Business District, as requested by Kendall Prosak of Wing on behalf of Walmart Real Estate Business Trust, the property owner, 23-10-06-ALT-STD. Wing is a drone delivery service partnering with Walmart for a one-year pilot project providing drone deliveries from the 801 West Main Street location. Due to its temporary nature, the following two alternative standards are required. A, to allow outside storage in front of the principal building for a period not to exceed 12 months, and B, to allow a black galvanized metal panel fence in lieu of the required masonry wall or tubular steel fence for a period not to exceed 12 months. The Overlay Board recommended unanimous approval 6-0 on October 17, 2023, and has recommended that the City Council approve the two alternative standards as set forth in the caption above. Richard Lutke, our Planning Director, is available for questions. Council, if there aren't any questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Just a quick comment.
Yes, sir.
I really want to make sure we get this, that 1 year that is done. Hopefully they find a fencing area. If it takes off, hopefully it will, somewhere other than where they're going to put this temporary fencing. So I just want to make a statement, like we want this 1 year and then figure out something permanent that's not going to take up space, because I know that Walmart is pretty busy and there are plenty of people, and taking that parking space is going to be kind of a traffic issue. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Other comments? I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the two alternative standards as set forth in the caption.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. Council, please vote.
Mr. Mayor, I believe we have a comment card on this item.
Oh, pardon me. I apologize. Yeah, sorry. I do have Kendall Prosnak here, here to speak in support, available for questions. Kendall?
Okay.
Well, I think you kind of get the gist of the land here, but we're glad you're here.
Hi, yes, thank you. I'm just here for questions if anybody had any.
Name and address?
Kendall Prosak, and 25 North in Frisco, and here representing Wing, available for questions if you have any.
Super. Council, any questions? If there are no questions, then if you would, I have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. We're excited to see Wing here. Thank you. Item 14, consideration of 4 alternative standards associated with exterior materials, canopies, walkways, and building articulation for AutoNation Honda on approximately 18.8969 acres, located at 601 Waters Ridge Drive, legally described as Lake Point Addition Phase 2, Lot 4C, Block B, zoned at general business as requested by Michael Wanja of Gorey Architects on behalf of the owner, Michael Metzles. 23-08-12-ALT-STD. The owner of 601 Waters Ridge Drive, a Honda dealership, plans to make facade changes to the current building to meet the Honda franchise requirements, which require the following alternative standards. A, to reduce the brick or stone requirement for 15% brick or stone to 7% concrete tile on the southwest and southeast elevations. B, to reduce the required 50% canopy coverage to 36% on the southeast elevation. C, to waive the 12-foot secondary walkway requirement and keep the existing customer parking stalls along the southeast elevation. And D, to reduce the area containing horizontal and vertical articulation 20 feet to 40 feet on the southeast elevation to 55% of the elevation. The Overlay Board recommended unanimous approval 6-0 on October 17, 2023, and it is recommended that the City Council approve the 4 alternative standards as set forth in the caption above. Mr. Lutke is available, and I do have Stephanie Romero here from AutoNation to speak in support or answer questions. Council, are there any questions, comments? If there are none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve the 4 alternative standards as set forth in the caption.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Ms. Romero, please go make a really pretty building. Item 15, consideration of a variance request to the Lewisville Unified Development Code, Chapter 7.4, Section 7.4.1, sale of alcoholic beverages for Staragium LLC, doing business as Hills Cafe, Castle Hills and Flowers, located at 2520 King Arthur Boulevard, number 109, Lewisville, Texas, as requested by Harry Kwan, the owner's representative. An application for the legal sale of wine and malt beverage retailer's permit in restaurant by food and beverage certificate holders has been submitted for Hills Cafe, Castle Hills and Hills Flowers, located at 2520 King Arthur Boulevard, number 109. After staff review, it was determined that the site does not meet the city regulations that require the site to be 300 feet from a school, measured front door to front door. Harry Kwan, the owner's representative, requests a variance to this regulation for the establishment from the City Council. It's recommended that the City Council consider the variance requested as set forth in the caption above. Mr. Harris is available for questions. We did receive a letter of support from, and I don't seem to have that with me. I think I lost that, Thomas, but we do have a letter of support from the school.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. We have a letter of support from Kitty Academy. Further notice of, they do not oppose the application, TABC application or business. Should you need further info, let us know. So the owner over there doesn't have an issue with it. I think the layout is, it's actually up on the hill, across the street, basically. And Hills is only open breakfast and lunch, right?
That's right. So it's open for breakfast and lunch, and this is actually very much consistent with other things that have been in the neighborhood. We had a microbrewery there for a while, right across in that same area. The Grind Burger Bar, it may be just outside of 300 feet, but is right across the parking lot from Hills. So this is very consistent with what's been going on over there for years and years and years.
Council, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve
As set forth?
as set forth in the caption.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Council, please vote. Passes unanimously. Item 16, consideration of an ordinance amending the Lewisville City Code, Chapter 15, Article 2, Section 15-35, maximum speed limits on specific streets, establishing a speed limit of 35 miles per hour on North Summit Avenue from 200 feet south of the Canadian Pacific Kansas City Railroad crossing to FM 407, providing for a repeal or severability, a penalty, and an effective date, and declaring an emergency. Summit Avenue between FM 407 and Grandy's Lane was restriped to convert the outer lanes to on-street parking in August 2023. With the change in the geometry and reduction of the number of traveling lanes, staff conducted a speed study to determine the safe traveling speed. To determine the speed limit in Summit Avenue, the staff used the Federal Highway Administration speed limit tool to determine the recommended speed limit in North Summit Avenue. After analyzing all data, the recommended speed limit in the two-lane divided section of North Summit Avenue between Grandy's Lane and FM 407 Justin Road is 35 miles per hour. It's recommended that the City Council approve the ordinance as set forth in the caption above. We do have Mr. David Selman, our city engineer, available for questions. Go ahead.
I have a question. So TJ mentioned this before. So my understanding of a speed study, and help me if I'm wrong here, is that it's really just kind of measuring how quickly people, the 85th percentile of cars are traveling through. Is that how this speed was determined?
That's part of it. Historically, we've used the 85th percentile to establish speed limits. This is the first time we've used this FHWA speed limit tool. It does take other factors into account, such as the number of pedestrians, the number of lanes, whether or not there's parking, and there's some other factors involved as well. But this is a little bit more of a refined tool that takes some other factors into account other than the 85th percentile speed.
So then my question would be, if it's looking at pedestrian activity and kind of what's going on, is that what's going on right now, or what does that account for what's planned for that area in the future? Because I believe that, that these parking spaces are kind of tied to a park that we're going to have, so that, there's going to be more pedestrian activity out there. And, I can't remember who publishes it, but there's, you know, the percentages of, you know, a pedestrian gets hit by a car at 20 miles per hour. You know, there's a 95% survival rate, and as you go up in speed, that it's a really big jump in your chances of survival being hit by a car. And so between 30 miles an hour and 40 miles an hour, it goes from 45% chance, or I guess 55% chance of surviving to 15%. And so I'd be more comfortable with 30 miles an hour, I guess is what I'm saying. Have we accounted for, did the study account for what the future holds for this corridor, with people being parked on the street, with the park being there, more of the development that's going to be there? I think there's going to be, the intent is for there to be more pedestrian traffic, which really doesn't exist there right now.
It takes into account current conditions, and again, as that area develops and if once there are more pedestrians there and the park is built, that's probably time to do a new speed study. Speed studies are almost always based on existing conditions at that time. And the main reason we did it now was simply because of the restriping that recently occurred, and we knew that would probably lower the speed, or the recommended speed limit, which it did by 5 miles an hour. So in a situation like this, we'd probably have to come back later after the park development and there were more pedestrians, and then rerun that again based on real-time data.
So how long of a process does that take? Because I don't want to open up a park and then wait for a certain period of time.
Like I said, this study was done in response to the restriping that happened just a couple of months ago.
Probably takes longer to do the science than it does the study.
Yeah, no, the study is basically something that can be done in a matter of a week, and maybe a couple of days to analyze the data, but it's a pretty quick deal. So we can be pretty responsive.
Okay, so then once the park develops, we can immediately jump on the study and do what we need to do.
Whether it's the park or anything else, if there's a change in the traffic or the number of pedestrians, or all of a sudden we start getting a lot of parking out there, that would be time to do a new speed study.
I also want to clarify, so the park was developed alongside, by the Huffines when they developed. So the park is technically there. The phase 2 of the park, which is the water amenity that's around that pond, that's not completed. We have to go to Army Corps of Engineers to get approval on that because it's a mitigation bank area. So there is some time before that component of that project gets completed. But the remainder of the trails, I believe, have been accepted. Is that correct, Stacy? Okay, so they have been accepted by the city at this
So
point.
I think the big difference is just that there's not as many people, there's still a lot of open field out there, which I would have to think impacts the amount of pedestrian activity that's there.
I agree. I think there's going to be a significant increase when our property on 407 gets redeveloped into a mixed-use project with the Hamptons, and then the park, especially with the amenities that might be going around the pond, if we can get approval from the Corps, as well as the trail. There's a bridge that goes over between the townhomes and the multifamily. That's a future part of phase 2 as well. And I know David's working with HAF to come up with that proposal to go forward.
Okay.
The other thing to note is, and I think it was stated in this backup, is that there would be a speed study done when Summit punches through as well. So if that time it's ripe for a speed study, an update on that, we can look at that as well at that time.
Okay, as long as this is not the final answer, then I'm good.
I think especially in areas of transition like this one is, with development that's coming online, we have to be up to speed all the time. No pun intended.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no further comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve the ordinance as per the caption.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. City Attorney?
This is an ordinance of the Lewisville City Council amending the Lewisville City Code, Chapter 15, Article 2, Section 15-35, by amending the speed limit on North Summit Avenue, providing for repeal or severability, a penalty, and an effective date, and declaring an emergency.
Council, please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Item 17, consideration of ordinances amending the Lewisville City Code, Chapter 4, adopting the 2021 International Construction Codes with local amendments and standards, including the Building Code, Residential Building Code, Plumbing Code, Fuel Gas Code, Mechanical Code, Energy Conservation Code, Existing Building Code, Swimming Pool and Spa Code, Chapter 9, Property Maintenance Code, and Chapter 5, Fire Code, and amending the Lewisville City Code, Chapter 4, adopting the 2020 National Electric Code with local amendments and standards. Staff is submitting the 2021 edition of the International Codes and 2020 National Electrical Code with the NCT COG amendments to the City Council for adoption. The new codes are necessary to ensure that the city keeps pace with state laws, changing technology, and practices of the construction industry. Staff is requesting City Council approval of the ordinances adopting the referenced codes and standards. It's recommended that the City Council adopt the 2021 edition of the International Construction Codes and 2020 National Electric Code with local amendments and standards as set forth in the caption above. We do have Mr. Chris McGinn, our Director of Neighborhood Inspection Services, available, as well as Mr. Mark McNeil, our Fire Chief. If there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to adopt the 2021 International Construction Codes and 2020 National Electric Codes with local amendments and standards as set forth in the caption.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. City Attorney?
This is an ordinance of the Lewisville City Council amending Article 2 Building Standards of Chapter 4 Building and Building Regulations of the Lewisville City Code by amending Sections 4-26, 4-28, 4-29, 4-30, 4-31, and 4-32 to adopt the 2021 International Building Code, adopt the 2021 Energy Conservation Code, adopt the 2021 International Residential Code and its appendices AT and AW, and adopt local amendments to these codes, providing for repeal or severability, a penalty, and an effective date, and declaring an emergency.
Council, please vote.
Nope, I'm sorry, I have
That's the
7
first
more.
one. Sorry about that.
This
Didn't
is-
realize it.
This is an ordinance of the Lewisville City Council amending Article 2, Division 2, Chief of Fire Department, Article 3, Fire Prevention, and Article 5, Emergency Medical Services, Section 5-176 and 5-178 of Chapter 5 of the Lewisville City Code, adopting the 2021 International Fire Code and all of its appendices except appendices A, J, and M, with local amendments, providing for repeal or severability, a penalty, and an effective date, and declaring an emergency. An ordinance of the Lewisville City Council adopting the 2020 National Electrical Code and its Annex H with local amendments, amending Sections 4-46, 4-47, and 4-48 of Article 3 Electrical Standards of Chapter 4 Building and Building Regulations of the Lewisville City Code, providing for repeal or severability, a penalty, and an effective date, and declaring an emergency. An ordinance of the Lewisville City Code amending Article 2 Building Standards of Chapter 4 Building and Building Regulations of the Lewisville City Code by amending Sections 4-34 and 4-35 to adopt the 2021 International Existing Building Code with local amendments, providing for repeal or severability, a penalty, and an effective date, and declaring an emergency. An ordinance of the Lewisville City Council amending Article 5 Mechanical Standards of Chapter 4 Building and Building Regulations of the Lewisville City Code by amending Sections 4-131 and 4-132 to adopt the 2021 International Mechanical Code with local amendments, providing for repeal or severability, a penalty, and an effective date, and declaring an emergency. An ordinance of the Lewisville City Council amending Article 4 Plumbing Standards of Chapter 4 Building and Building Regulations of the Lewisville City Code by amending Sections 4-111 through 4-114 to adopt the 2021 International Plumbing Code and its appendices C, D, and E with local amendments, and adopt the 2021 International Fuel Gas Code and its appendices A, B, C, and D with local amendments, providing for a repeal or severability, a penalty, and effective date, and declaring an emergency. 2 more. An ordinance of the Lewisville City Council amending Article 4 Property Maintenance Code of Chapter 9 Nuisances of the Lewisville City Code by amending Sections 9-86 and 9-87 to adopt the 2021 International Property Maintenance Code with local amendments, providing for repeal or severability, a penalty, and an effective date, and declaring an emergency. An ordinance of the Lewisville City Council amending Article 11 swimming pools of Chapter 4 Building and Building Regulations of the Lewisville City Code by amending Section 4-483 to adopt the 2021 International Swimming Pool and Spa Code with local amendments providing for repeal or severability, a penalty, and an effective date, and declaring an emergency.
Council, please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Item I, reports. Reports are about items of community interest regarding which no action will be taken. First up, I do have Capital Improvements Advisory Committee semi-annual report for the period April 1 to September 30th of this year. If council has any questions on that. Councilmember Cade, would you mind if I started with you?
I really don't have anything to report.
Okay, fair enough.
Isn't that wonderful?
No, we miss your dulcet tones.
Oh, do you?
Councilmember Meredith, you got any dulcet tones for us?
No. I do have some library activities for the week. Dazzling DIY Delights, say that 3 times. For children aged 9 to 12, Tuesday, November 7th, 3 to 4 p.m. Ticket required at the Bennett Program Room. Morning Book Buzz, Active Adult Book Club for adults, Wednesday, November 8th, 10 to 11 a.m. No registration required at the Crawford Meeting Room. And Animakers, Anime Plus Makers for teens aged 13 to 18, Thursday, November 9th, 6 to 7:30 p.m. No registration required at the Hive Makerspace. And that's all I've got.
Councilmember Troyer.
Yes, Mayor, I have a number of activities at the Lewisville Grand Theater. First of all, The Music Man, presented by Christian Youth Theater, will be 4 performances from November 10th through the 12th. A Garden Secrets class on trees, presented by Keep Lewisville Beautiful on November 16th. Romeo and Juliet and Other Audience Favorites, presented by the Lewisville Lake Symphony on November 17th. And finally, an art exhibit just around the corner, featuring works by MFA students from UNT. There will be an opening reception on November 10th, and the exhibition runs through November 25th. And that is all.
Thank you, sir. City Attorney? City Secretary? Mr. Lutke?
No report, Mayor.
Ms. Samples?
I do have one thing. So next week on November 14th, we are going to be kicking off a new event called Unveiling Lewisville, where it's for new and existing businesses where they can come and hear from various city departments about how they can navigate and tap into resources available to them. So it will be at the Lewisville Grand Theater. It's free, and we just ask that you RSVP on our website.
Thank you.
No report.
How's that lake looking?
It's looking a lot better. The recent rain got us up to 90.2% or 519.9 feet.
Great. Jim?
And not all the water fell on the lake, some of it fell on the building and towards the end of October, but even with the rain, some minor delays on the project. But the wall framing, if you've been by the Public Safety Center, the wall framing is going up, parking deck steel, lots of block work, sprinkler system in the parking garage is going in. There's a lot of movement. Going to be starting the roofing on the fire station and steel framing. I mean, that thing is moving fast. We have some great pictures if you're interested. I posted them on LinkedIn, but I can send you a link to it as well. So,
great. Thank you, sir.
Mayor, Council, Lewisville residents, I'd like to just give out a reminder about the Community Resource Expo coming up this Saturday, November the 11th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Thrive, located 1950 South Valley Parkway. We will have over 30 agencies available to connect residents with various resources for healthcare, senior services, children and youth programs. So
We're really excited to be able to showcase this to the community and see how many residents that we're able to help out.
Thank you. Chief?
No report.
Chief?
So Mayor, just want to remind everybody, tomorrow's election day, is vote day. Please go out and vote. There's kind of 15 propositions from the state on there, and 14 and several propositions for school board. So it's important to go out there and make your voice heard. That's all I have.
Sir. Councilmember Green?
Well, Patrick has stolen my thunder. Make sure your arm is ready, because you got a lot of bubbles to fill in. It's gonna take you a minute, but it's worthwhile. It's important, so make sure you go and vote.
Councilmember Jones?
Just a quick update, just listening to our assistant city manager. I am watching the public safety building. It looks like it's moving at warp speed. And I saw the LinkedIn, it looks like half of the roofing is up there now. So it's going to be great. It looks like they're going to be on time. So great job.
Yeah, good stuff. City manager? Nothing, Mayor. Have two small things. I want to thank the Native Prairie Society of Texas for spending some time out here and cleaning up part of Thrive Nature Center, as well as holding their annual conference at the Thrive. It was a great time, and of course they continue to praise Lewisville and its outreach for native plants within the landscape. So be looking for opportunities over the winter and spring to add a lot more local stuff to your yard. I'm really excited about that one. Next up, we also have the Red Kettle Challenge. For those of you who haven't been looking at the calendar, the holidays are coming fast and furious. The Red Kettle Challenge, of course, is Salvation Army's biggest fundraiser, and we are throwing down the gauntlet to the mayors of Highland Village, Flower Mound, Bartonville, and the Colony. The day that we're raising funds for city staff, council members, and myself will be on December 9th, and we will be at the Sam's Club, so be prepared for shenanigans and raising money for a great cause. With that, we're going to go ahead. Yes, sir.
One quick thing, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say Happy Veterans Day. That's this Saturday. I meant to say that before.
Forgot that one. Yeah.
So I just want to thank all the people who served and who are currently serving in our military.
Absolutely.
Sorry, thank you.
Sir. No, I appreciate you making sure that got on the agenda. Next up, we have closed session in accordance with Texas Government Code, Subchapter D, Section 551.072, Real Estate Property Acquisition, Section 551.087, Economic Development, Deliberation regarding economic development and negotiations, and Section 551.071, Consultation with Attorney, Legal Issues related to short-term rental properties. We are now going into closed session. All right, we're going to reconvene into regular session. As there is no additional action to be taken on tonight's agenda, we are adjourned. That's 10:32.